Okay, welcome to the 4:30 meeting. I'll call this meeting to order. And we do have an amendment to the agenda. We are going to move 15C1 up to D, just before D2, just before the contracts of $25,000. So 15C1 will be moved up. Yep. Is there any other needs to amend the agenda for anything? Okay, I'll turn a motion.
Move to approve.
Second?
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe.
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, we have no public
none
comments for
for
closed session
closed.
items. In closed session, we will start with conference with labor negotiators, public employee discipline, another conference with labor negotiators, and a conference with legal counsel for anticipated litigation, and conference with legal counsel, another existing litigation. So I'll entertain a motion to go to closed session.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe.
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, we'll bring this 6 o'clock board meeting to order. Please stand if you can for the Pledge of Allegiance. Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, roll call.
Thank you. President Calvin Peterson,
Here.
Vice President James Forsythe,
Here.
Trustee Sabrina Rodriguez,
Here.
Trustee Shannon Fredericks,
Here.
Trustee Dr. Jerry Denenberg,
Here.
and Superintendent Dr. Antonio Castro.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, reporting out statement in closed session. Public employee discipline dismissal release pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B. In closed session, the board took action to approve the termination of employee reference number 124 effective August 5th, 2025. The roll call vote was as follows. Motion, Dr. Dannenberg. Second, James Forsythe. The vote was A for all 5, Frederick, Forsythe, Rodriguez, Dannenberg, and Peterson. Now the superintendent's report.
Thank you, President Peterson. We are fortunate enough to introduce a couple of new principals, so I'm going to hand it over to Gina Wolowitz. Gina, please.
Thank you very much. Good evening, board. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our first new principal at Montalvo Elementary School. I'm going to read a little bit to you about Miss Esquivel, who brings over 20 years of experience in education with leadership positions across both Oxnard and Ventura Unified School Districts. She offers a strong equity-focused on and community-centered approach to school leadership. Since 2000, Ms. Esquivel has served as a substitute teacher, instructional assistant, mini-core educator, and an after-school program leader. She began her teaching career completing her student teaching at Montalvo Elementary School. She later served in Ventura Unified as a dual language teacher, an instructional coach, a TOSA, and an ELOP curriculum support lead, as well as summer school principal. She's recently had served as an instructional specialist in Oxnard School District, where she led professional development, instructional coaching, and curriculum implementation focused on literacy, ELD, and academic intervention. And she also teaches a Spanish literacy and math to parents through a partnership with our state bilingual education organization. Ms. Esquivel is a proud bilingual educator who is committed to fostering inclusive environments where all students, staff, and families feel respected, heard, and empowered. She's excited to bring her passion, experience, and leadership to the Montalvo community. Welcome.
Gracias a todos. Thank you, everybody. I'm honored to serve as the new principal of Montalvo, and I say it humbly because indeed it humbles me to have such a privilege to serve. This is a full circle for me. I began my career at Montalvo as a student teacher many years ago in 2007, and it's been an incredible journey. And so it's really a true privilege to serve as a principal. It truly feels like coming back home. Thank you for welcoming me all the time. Montalvo is a special place, not only because of its deep roots in its community, but also because of our exceptional dual language program, which nurtures biliteracy, academic excellence, and multicultural pride in both English and Espanol. I look forward to continuing to grow and elevate this program for all our amazing students. I also wanted to take a moment to honor our incredible staff, a group of deeply committed, hardworking educators and support personnel who are truly the heart of Montalvo. They show up every day with passion and purpose, and I feel incredibly fortunate to join the family. This evening, I am joined by my daughters, Eva and Sofia, my parents, Pedro, who is outside with my sister, and Rafaela, my sisters, Jenny, who is outside, and my sister, Carla, also my cuñado, Jaime, and also my comadre, Kathleen Contreras, and also those Montalvo family members, extended family members that are seeing us live through YouTube. Your support means everything to me. Thank you for the warm welcome and for the opportunities to serve Montalvo community with heart, integrity, and a deep commitment to student success. Quiero decirle a las familias hispanohablantes que luchen por sus sueños y que apoyen y alienten a sus hijos todos los días de sus vidas, porque sí se puede. Gracias.
Board.
Well, welcome and congratulations. We hear good things about you and I look forward to many good years to come. So thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
What an amazing, such a beautiful full circle story. I just love that. It just warms my heart. And I know that you are going to be well loved at Montalvo, and I know that those families are going to be taken so well care of.
Thank you.
Claudia, I'm so glad to have you back in Ventura Unified. I know that it's always great to see people leave us to go have wonderful experiences in other districts and to grow in that way, but it's even better when we get to welcome them back into positions of leadership. And so just really excited to have you back in VUSD and to see what you're going to do. Because like you said, Montalvo is an amazing community of both educators, families, and students. And I just look forward to seeing how it's going to grow under your leadership.
Thank you. Thank you.
I just want to ditto my colleagues. DLI is a very special program, as you know. And we're so thankful to have someone so experienced take the helm of it. So thank you for coming back.
Yes, welcome back, and I think your story should be shared with all new teachers to say, look what you can do. You can start here and end up where you want to be. So congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Claudia, again, welcome back. And you talked about passion. We know that you have a passion for students and you shared your beliefs about the staff. But also thank you for your commitment to the promise of biliteracy. We know that it's not just something that is an academic program. It's a deeply held belief, and your belief in that is something that's going to help move our district forward and the school forward. So thank you and welcome back.
Thank you so much.
Next, please join me in welcoming Miss Wilcox as the new principal at Loma Vista School. She brings 10 years of experience in education within VUSD. She began her career in 2015 as a teacher and previously was serving as the assistant principal at Balboa Middle School. She also recently supported the district as interim principal at Balboa Middle School. She's played a key role in helping teachers navigate the transition back after COVID to an in-person and hybrid learning as an educational technology TOSA for grades TK through 12 during the 2021 school year. She is known not only as an exceptional classroom teacher, but also as a collaborative and effective leader. Her colleagues value her leadership, enthusiasm, and commitment to sharing her expertise. Her dynamic and engaging personality helps her build strong relationships with students, families, and staff. As assistant principal at Balboa, Ms. Wilcox launched a grassroots positive behavior intervention and supports program that evolved from pin trading into a school-wide currency system and now has transitioned into a digital platform using Minga. She's also led efforts to improve student attendance through direct outreach, family engagement, and education, always with the goal of making sure every student feels welcomed and included in the school community. In addition, Ms. Wilcox is highly skilled in data analytics, using data to improve student outcomes, increasing operational efficiency, and ensure school practices align with district goals. Her expertise, experience, skill set, and deep understanding of our district and its communities make her an outstanding choice to lead Loma Vista Elementary.
Good evening, and thank you to the entire board and Dr. Castro for giving me the opportunity to serve as the new principal at Loma Vista Elementary. Tonight I've brought with me my mother, Nola, my husband Dylan, and my daughter Taylor, and my older daughter is watching online. And we represent 3 generations of Ventura Unified graduates, 3 bulldogs and 2 dragons. Because Ventura Unified has been such a blessing in our lives, it's my honor to join the Loma Vista family, a school that has a tradition of academic excellence and a strong community of support and just a generational school in itself. I want to thank the community for warmly welcoming me. It's been overwhelming how kind everyone has been. And I look forward to joining you in educating our next generation of Ventura Unified graduates. And I also look forward to my first year as a proud Loma Vista Leopard. And thank you for my spot. Thank you.
It always warms my heart when we have one of our students come on to be one of our teachers, and then one of our teachers go through the ranks to become a principal. And there are many other good things to come, I'm sure, for you in our district. So keep up the good work, and thank you for all you do for our students.
Thank you.
Congratulations. I'm very excited to see, especially I'm super excited about all of your positive behavior initiatives, and I think you're just going to really make that school shine. So thank you very much for your leadership.
Thank you.
Janae, when they were introducing you, I was like, I was remembering visiting your classroom for a VEP grant, which feels like a million years ago, but it wasn't that long ago. But you were truly an exceptional classroom teacher, and it's great to see you step into these new roles. I had a chance to bump into some of your staff during the summer, and they are just so excited about welcoming you to Loma Vista. There's such positive energy around your leadership, and I just, we're here to support you. If there's anything that you need that we can be of assistance, please let us know, but we're very excited to have you in that spot.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for taking that role. As you know, my daughter's a Loma Vista. And she's super eager to meet you. She asks me almost every day, how's the principal? I also had a chance to meet with some of our staff there, just off chance, and I didn't even need to ask, how is our new principal? They just said, our new principal's great. You did an amazing job hiring her. So I'm super excited. It sounds like everybody's just chomping at the bit to work with you. So thank you for coming. Thank you for signing on.
Thank you.
Well, you're exactly what they asked for. It was a collaborative leader, so I know you'll do great, and congratulations.
Thank you.
And Janae, I'll just add that you at Balboa, you created an extended sense of community among the campus. You stepped up when in a moment of need for your colleagues and for the district, and just like everyone else, looking forward to what comes from you being a principal. We look forward to the next steps, because it's a lot of fun. It's the best thing ever. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Do we have any correspondence?
We do not. Thank you.
Okay, we do have public comment. I'll turn it over to communications.
Okay, before I start, I will go over our civility statement as we always do. Good evening. You will have 3 minutes to speak this evening, and I will give you a 30-second warning, and the timer will indicate when time is up. The governing board recognizes the impact that civility has in the effective operation of the district, including its role in creating a safe and positive school climate and enabling a focus on student well-being, learning, and achievement. The board believes that each person should be treated with dignity and respect in their interactions within the school community. The board understands that the First Amendment provides strong protection for speech. However, the board expects that all speech, expression, and action will follow the norms of civil behaviors on district grounds and in district meetings. Please remember that this meeting is streaming live, and we do have students that attend and watch our meetings, so please keep language as respectful as possible. Please also note that the microphone at the podium has been calibrated, and there's no need to touch the microphone, just speak right on into it. Finally, the board is listening and paying attention to your comments. However, due to various factors, including the Brown Act, they do not respond to comments during public comment. Please forgive me if I do mispronounce names. The first person up will be Cora Peterson, followed by Brian Peterson.
I've been a resident of Taloma Drive, Old Candy Cane Lane for over 16 years, and Ventura for over 20 years. I actually worked for VUSD as well as a teacher once upon a time. We are formally requesting that nearly the 20-foot high solar panels at the Foothill Technology situated on the property line of Taloma neighbors be relocated so that it is not negatively impacting the homeowners of Taloma Drive. We support solar energy, but we believe it should be implemented in areas that do not directly impact homeowners' properties and their property values. The VUSD website begins with a statement: Ventura has long enjoyed a legacy as an outstanding place to live, work, and raise a family. You also pledge to, quote, treat all people with dignity and respect. I would like to ask the board, which of you would vote to have these 20-foot high solar panel structures in your backyard? In early July, we discovered the district had cut down indigenous trees that were more than 25 years old along our property line and installed these nearly 20-foot high solar panels just feet from our property line and overhead power lines. We were never given proper notification that this would take place so close to our property, which could have facilitated a dialogue with VUSD prior to their installation. Furthermore, I know that you acknowledge the issue of the lights on the solar panels shining directly into the bedrooms of Taloma residents. While we appreciate that these lights have been temporarily turned off, this oversight raises concerns about what other considerations may have been overlooked during the installation process. What assurances can the school board give the residents that those lights will remain off? It is my understanding that the solar panel system only work when the lights are on due to security features. As you know, Foothill Technology is located in an R1 zoning area, which prohibits accessory structures from exceeding 15 feet high in height if they are not related to classrooms, as outlined in Section Code 53094. It states the governing board of the school district may not take this action when the proposed use of the property by the school district is for non-classroom facilities. After consulting with local real estate brokers, we learned that the value of our homes have dropped nearly $300,000 each overnight because of these structures, and the view is quite distressing. The impacts of the values of homes, not only in the homes that have to look at these structures in their
30
backyards,
seconds.
but for everyone on Taloma Drive, since real estate is valued by comps in their neighborhoods. We strongly urge you to take the appropriate action and relocate the solar panels from our property line. While we recognize that installing solar panels on rooftops may be more expensive, it should not come at the expense of the home values of Taloma residents. This situation seems to contradict your mission statement to respect the people of Ventura. Thank you. These are images
Thank
of
you.
the solar panels. Thank
Up
you.
next is Brian Peterson, followed by Patrick Van Horn. Brian Peterson? Yes. Your turn? And that'll be followed by Patrick Van Horn.
Good evening. Thank you for taking the time to listen to us. Dialogue's very good. Special shout out to Sabrina. She spent some time a month ago and spoke to a group of concerned neighbors. Thank you for that. And Asan here, along with the direction of the superintendent, spent some time with us and we tried to dialogue. What we would like to do is we'd like to have a solution that works for everybody. I mean, even if you go down the path of litigation, which nobody wants, that's a lose-lose. That's a lot of money out the door. You know, there were some discussions about the solar panels being up against the neighbors and they're being sort of an L-shaped, that there might be some way to change that footwork so that you're still getting the benefit of the solar, but not having the impact on the neighbors. And I think Asan's going to try to look into that, and he proposed that as one possibility. And I think that would be a great, solution. I am concerned that some of the regulations have not been followed, but in reality, if we're able to get this thing worked out so that everybody's happy, then I'm happy to move on and just have it fixed. But in terms of the regulations, some of them that are particularly important, one is Regulation 2108.35. What that says is that, you know, you can be exempt from CEQA. The school board is exempt from CEQA, which is the California environmental laws, correct? There's one exception. If you cut down 25-year-old trees that are native, you lose that exemption. Well, that's what you guys did. You cut down the oaks that were there, and we got pictures of them because we've all had them there. So you now have to be subject to CEQA in order to get this passed, only with respect to Foothill. Also, there's a special zoning law that's that's being missed because all the other locations have 13.6 inches. Ours is just shy of 20 feet. That's above the 15 feet that's required. So if you guys on July 8th addressed 5309.1, which was in order to exempt CEQA. Well, go back. You cannot exempt it now. You're out of that. You also asked to exempt certain zoning laws. Well, 5301.9B, first off, requires the county or city planning commission to address this to determine whether or not it's an adequate use of the site, which is going to include neighbors. Well, as of our nice discussion, there wasn't knowledge.
30 seconds.
30 seconds, thanks. There wasn't knowledge that this was residentially zoned at the time. So there still needs to be a meaningful discussion as required by the code. Real quick, Public Utilities Code 12808.5 says that you shall have public hearings, you shall mail notice. You can't publish it online. To everybody within 300 feet, if there's less than 250 neighbors, we only have 22 homes. We never received mailed notice so that we could participate in that July 8th meeting, which means
Time
that's
is up.
strictly been violated. And I'll send an email
Time
to
is
you
up.
to just do the rest of the emails. Thanks so much.
We have Patrick Van Horn, followed by Marilyn Cook.
Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm Patrick Van Horn. My wife and I live at 115 Taloma Drive. We've lived there since 1993, so for 32 years. For the last 25 years, since Foothill was built, this has been our view. For morning coffee and for a cool drink in the evening and to watch the sunset. This is west facing. This is the back part of Foothill High School, and this is the wall, the top of the wall that separates us. And this is our native planting. We're very, very keen on doing native planting. So that's been our view for the last 25 years. This is our view now. Say goodbye to the sunsets, more or less. About half of our backyard loses daylight now at about 4:30 in the afternoon in the summertime. What we're asking for is for the school district to pay for the installation of a couple of trees, native trees, on our side of this fence we're thinking an ironwood, that will grow fairly fast. You can't now put a tree like that on the other side, like the trees that used to be there, because once those trees begin to grow, there's only about a 2-foot area, a planting area. Once those trees begin to grow, they will grow up under that canopy. This leading edge of this solar panel, leading edge to our property, which is about 18 to 20 feet off the ground, is 5 feet from this wall. If you drew a straight line up on that wall that separates us, it would be about 5 feet. That's really close. So we respectfully ask for the school district to pay for a planting on our side because you really don't have room on your side, and we need to mitigate this. 25 years ago, when the school was built, before the school was built, we met with members of the school board, Dr. Cliff Rodriguez and the project manager at the time. They worked with us through countless meetings. They notified us in advance that the school was going to be built. They worked with us through 2 or 3 meetings, determined what this wall would look like, how high it would be, that it would be slump stone and not just standard cinder block. Then there were lights that were installed that have since been removed. There were lights that were installed to illuminate the parking lot that were very, very bright. It felt like Dodger Stadium. And Dr. Rodriguez came to our house at night along with the project manager, looked at those lights, and he looked at us and said, "You're right, these have got to go." And so those lights were changed to a light that could be baffled. We're asking that those lights that are there now to be baffled, and we're asking you to please just be good neighbors, as Dr. Cliff Rodriguez said you wanted to be 25 years ago. Thank you.
Up next is Marilyn Cook, followed by Randy Cook.
Hi, We're not against our schools installing solar panels. We are pleased that our children are being taught to use clean energy, harnessing solar power to use for electricity. The problem is that we do not feel as though our children should be taught to ignore the rules and regulations that have been put in place for all people to be able to enjoy their unalienable rights, as stated in the Declaration of Independence. These inherent rights that cannot be taken away from individuals are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. These rights are considered fundamental and predate any government, meaning governments are established to protect these rights, not to grant them. The pursuit of happiness that the Declaration of Independence refers to is the right to pursue personal fulfillment and well-being in one's own way, as long as it doesn't infringe upon the rights of others. Can you honestly say that you'd like to have these towering and invasive structures built against your property lines, infringing upon your private home and your lives? Our Constitution explicitly provides for a right to privacy. This right demonstrates a strong commitment to protecting personal privacy within the state, safeguard individuals' homes, families, bodies, thoughts, and associations from unwarranted intrusion, both by government and private entities. Violations of privacy rights, including those related to one's property, such as invasions of privacy, can lead to legal actions, such as lawsuits for damages. These 20-foot structures were built too close to our property lines when they could have been put on the roof of the school. My husband has owned this home for 40 years, and this has greatly impacted our quality of life as well as the value of our property. I thought my husband was going to have a heart attack when he saw the trees being come down, much less what went up. There are rules even for exemptions. You can't be exempt if you cut down and remove trees that are indigenous and are 25 years old or older. Mailed notices of the public hearing had to be provided at least 10 days prior to the hearing, obviously to all the owners. This was something that he already stated. None of us were notified. We couldn't have our voices heard, and now have to live under the shadow of what looks like and feels like huge bleachers. Our beautiful backyard went from a hard-working man's retirement dream to his retirement nightmare. He was so proud to have given hundreds of children and families lifetime memories of Christmas drives through what is fondly remembered as Candy Cane Lane. Was this decision to build these oversized solar panels against the property lines of the neighborhood homes arbitrary
30
and
seconds.
capricious? You bet it was. You're not only teaching our children about solar energy, but you're teaching them by example that you should get whatever you want, no matter what it costs someone else. Over 18,000 people have viewed our postings. A lot of people have been on the internet. We've reached 30,000 people in 2 postings. And we've also had a podcast on the radio. We ask that you remove the structures immediately and place them on the roof of the school so we can pursue our unalienable right to privacy and happiness. Thank you.
Time is up. Next up is Randy Cook, followed by Christina Petch.
Good evening. I'm the husband that almost had a heart attack. I've lived in my home on Taloma for 40 years. I've raised 3 children in the Ventura Public Schools, Point City, Anacapa, Balboa, Buena, and Ventura High School. I participated in candy drives, attended school events, and PTA meetings. I've enjoyed the years working and playing with my kids and grandkids in my backyard. I also have a family reunions and barbecues there. I have taken pleasure sitting under my grape arbor, eating lunch, and feeding blackbirds out of my hand. Then, on June 13th, trees situated along the brick wall separating the Foothill Technology High School from Taloma residents were all suddenly removed. A month later, a huge solar canopy had been erected. The residents on Taloma never received notification prior to this action. The sight of the canopy is dominating. When I now sit down in my arbor, or when I swing my granddaughter under the avocado tree, or when I mow the lawn or trim my trees and bushes, I see a towering structure looming down on me. The canopy causes a premature shading to my fruit trees because of the height. It will cause a loss of fruit production. Our privacy has been compromised. Men working on the canopy are lifted up in cherry pickers, able to look down on our property, and are even able to look inside our house. This will occur each time service is completed on the canopy. Inside our home, when my wife and I wake up in the morning, or we sit in the living room or sit at the table eating breakfast or dinner and look into our backyard, the canopy is overwhelming. We cannot escape it. The beauty of our backyard is now secondary. The board never advised us of their intention to build such a structure and did not care to involve us, nor did they care how it would affect our quality of life. Recently, when 2 representatives from VUSD came to talk to me, I brought them into my backyard. I asked them, how would you like to see what I see in your backyard? There was no answer, but the look on their faces told the whole story. There are city codes and regulations to protect our property rights.
30 seconds.
Instead, the school board has chosen to exclude themselves from these. As a result, our rights have been infringed. I would challenge every one of you board members to come by 105 Taloma Drive. I'll invite you in, and I'll let you look to see what we have to deal with. Thank you.
Up next, Christina Petch, followed by David Littig.
Hello. Make the rights of immigrant students and resources for immigrant and mixed status families in our district easily accessible on the main page of the district's website. Send out a notification with resources via Parent Square. Offer Know Your Rights trainings at our schools. These were my 3 asks during the general public comment at the last board meeting I attended on June 10th, and I'm here this evening to follow up and make the same asks. Between June 10th and now, there have been an increase in immigration and customs enforcement activity in our county. Most notably, as you may know, the July 10th fatal raids on the Glass House Farms. But even before then, agents in Oxnard had been seen detaining parents at drop-offs outside of schools and staging near school sites. I know updates on the board policy and administrative regulation for response to immigration enforcement is on the agenda, and my comment is on that. And that is a great first step, but those are words on a paper that protect school administration. We need the next steps and actions to prepare to protect our schools and community. On July 14th, in response to the July 10th immigration raids, Dr. Cesar Morales, the Ventura County Superintendent of Schools, posted a statement titled Immigration Raids Impact on Students, Schools, and the Community. In it, he says, we encourage our school communities and everyone in Ventura County to come together to ensure the safety of students as they return to class. We must use our voices and actions to ensure their safety and support one another as family. You need to be vocal and transparent about what you are doing for your students and their families, the community you serve. Make the rights of immigrant students and resources for immigrants and mixed status families in our district easily accessible. On the main page of the district's website, as a link in the important links, is a perfect spot. Mention where to find information at back to school nights. That's another great spot. Send out a notification with resources to all students via Parent Square. You don't have to specifically send it to families who you think could use the information. We could all use the information. Offer Know Your Rights trainings at our schools. These could be organized and be held as discreetly as necessary within the sites so that families attending could learn in safety and community. Partner with local community organizations such as VC Defensa and 805 and DocuFund, who are well equipped to support with these trainings. Thank you.
Up next, David Littig, followed by Bob Cole.
Evening. Thanks for having me here. I'm here primarily just to give you perspective. I've lived on Taloma. I live on the corner, the high end of our end of the street. I've been there since before they built the high school. And, you know, I had to learn to deal with the traffic, and I had to learn to deal with the kids and these electric bikes, and et cetera. That's no big deal. That's part of having a school near you. But the other evening, I got up to close the windows of my house, and here are these bright lights coming to my house. Realize I'm at the far end of the street. I don't, like the rest of these people, have it in my backyard. I'm at the far end of the street, and I'm going, oh my God. And I have a lot of plants in my front yard to block light coming in, because I enjoy plants more than I enjoy a street. Anyway, it's been a great neighborhood. I'd like it to stay that way. So please do your job. Find a better solution than what we have currently. Thank you.
Our last public comment for general public comment is Bob Cole.
Cole. We bought the house we live in 1974, and we raised 3 kids there. And we've enjoyed the neighborhood very much for that many years. My wife loves dogs. She raises dogs, and we send the money to missionaries in Europe and Asia. So she's not here tonight. She's feeding puppies very soon. So we have lived there all this time. We've enjoyed the lot. We bought our lot it's twice the size of the other lots because my wife is a botanist and she got her degrees at USC thinking she might like to be a doctor, and then she got me. But I didn't realize what was happening over our back fence. We've had such a great relationship with the school district. I was an insurance broker for 30 years, and I insured the district. And I went in to see Dr. Pax one time, and I asked him if we could use the corner of the property, where the corner of our property, and in that time it was the district college property, if we let that corner be used for 4-H lamb projects. And for about 4 years, as our 3 kids and many others had their 4-H project in the corner of that property you're talking about right now. We hated to lose it, but we all grew up. And our one son had a shearing business, and he was very popular. He was a handsome young man, and people liked to come and see him try and shear as many sheep as he could for the fair. It's great, but I was president of PTA at Buena for 2 years, and I was also, and that was terminated. I don't know why PTA was considered to be inadequate, but we had a plan. And then we had some other things working with a school in San Diego where they sent some resource people up while I was
30 seconds.
VP of the PTA. I hate to see it change, but I'm changing too. But I'm not going to miss our backyard without a fight. And I can afford now, if they say, hire an attorney, I'm going to be with it. I really mean it. I'm sorry I'm not threatening you. I don't like to have fights between bureaucracies. I don't think it accomplishes anything when we try to see how long can we make this happen.
Time is up.
Thank you.
That's all the public comment we have on this particular item. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're down to the action item. Superintendent, request for approval of proposed revision of board policy and administrative regulations.
Thank you, President Peterson. Just before we turn it over to the board, some background information for those who may be listening. We typically bring a board policy updates in big bulk, and that is still on the horizon. So our practice is going to continue. The board members that are on rotation are about to receive a huge group of board policies, so that's going to stay the same. What's also unique is we typically don't bring administrative regulations to the board as they are administrative in nature, but we do bring our practice is that we bring administrative regulations for new board policies. We're setting aside that for this policy because in addition to the policy, I think it's important for the board and also the community to understand some of the administrative pieces to the enforcement of this board policy. So again, not our typical practice, but we did feel it was important tonight. So the two documents that you have in front of you are an update to our board policy on the response to immigration enforcement and the accompanying administrative regulation, which is the implementation of that policy. So that's what you have in front of you tonight. I'm going to, Anthony, is there anything that you want to share before I just share a little bit of background?
No, no, you covered it pretty well.
Thank you. So this is, as it states, a first read. We do not need to approve tonight. We could bring forward. We're seeking any feedback from you, as always. But if you felt comfortable after the discussion and any public comment that we have, we would hope for approval, but we don't need approval tonight. But in addition to the process of the approval, really what we wanted to do is to make sure that given, we heard one public comment, but I know that many of you have received outreach from community members at varying times, especially over this summer. We wanted to make sure that the board was aware and had the opportunity to have this discussion publicly. So with that, we do not have a formal presentation. It's a discussion of the board policy and the accompanying administrative regulation, and we'll turn it over to the board for any questions you may have.
So we don't have public comment on this subject. So any questions from the board?
Well, first of all, I just would like to thank you for bringing this forward. I think this is obviously very timely. We've got a huge impact to the entire county and beyond. And I just really am appreciative of the amount of time that is going into preparing staff, and that we are having very clear guidelines for the community to understand where we stand with regard to our students.
Yeah, I was wondering, Dr. Castro, if you could kind of address the question of, how the administrative regulation and the board policy kind of serve as the platform for what we do. They're not the limit of what we do.
Yes, absolutely, Trustee Rodriguez. Just as you said, the board policy creates a foundation for justification of the administrative regulation. The administrative regulation is a framework for how we go about implementing practices in the district. And so I'll take this opportunity to talk about what do some of those practices look like. We heard from public comments tonight, but we've heard it from other emails that we've received. There is a concern about the community about notification. I'll share that we know we are in the process of implementing a new student information system. The timing is unfortunate. We're very happy about the system itself. I don't want to diminish that. We're very excited about the new system and its capabilities, but the timing of that switchover has been not advantageous for us to be able to communicate some of the things that we otherwise would have communicated over summer. We are still in the process of updating that the student information system will continue to roll out over the first few weeks of the start of school. That said, we already had some plans for notification. So what the community can expect is in an upcoming newsletter, we will share information on two things. We have an we have a partnership with El Concilio of Oxnard, and they are going to partner with us to offer workshops. The first workshop is August 19th, is that correct?
August 19th, it will be online.
Okay. So we are opting for a webinar format for this first step forward to notify the community for a couple of reasons. One, we wanted to make it as accessible to anyone who could participate, but the other reason was we wanted to make sure that we could ensure just privacy for anyone who wanted to learn information, but also not be physically present to do that. In that notification that will go out to the community, we also will share some resources for the community. Again, just as our public speaker noticed, that it isn't just for people who are directly affected. There are people who want to support those who they feel could be affected. There are people who just want to know what their rights are and to be able to be to be able to help anyone who could be in need. So those are going to be sent out broadly. And then the last part, which is a little bit into the start of the school year, the same group, El Concilio of Oxnard, is going to work in person with our DLAC committee, and that is in September. I don't remember which day in September. Do you remember? Okay. Okay. So in September, that'll be the next part. So those are three of starts to this, but these are just things that we are starting with, and just like the AR is not the ceiling, these aren't the ceiling of our activities, but we wanted to make sure that we started the year notifying districts, our district families and staff, and that we had some concrete plans. And then I can talk about the training too, in case anyone has. You mentioned Trustee Fredericks, you had a question about training, so if somebody has a question about that, I can share.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the clarification. And I think it's also just really important to, one, acknowledge that there's a lot of fear and trepidation in our families and in our students. Had a chance this summer to meet with some folks, and the fear is palpable and very real. But we also want to make sure that we're focusing our messaging around what we're doing to keep kids safe, right? Because that is, at the end of the day, I know for all of us, the most important thing we do, whether it's because of immigration or because of any other safety issue that we face as a community. We want to keep our kids safe, and we want them to be in a place where they can learn. So I just don't want anyone to think that that isn't always at the front of what we think. So thank you.
And just for the record, September 18th is their first one, and then October 16th is the second. Okay. All right, we got that figured out. No, I appreciate staff for bringing this forward. I mean, I think it's really important. I've spoken with a few families on the Avenue, and their main concern is what's going to happen to my kid when they go to school. Are they going to be, am I going to have to look online and try to find them at some government website, like being transported to Texas? So there's a lot of concern within the community, especially on the west side. I think, like our speaker said, this is a good first step, and I know that we have subsequent steps that we're going to be following. But setting this policy, I think, is essential that we do this now, before the beginning of the school year, which is coming next week, and then we can go from there. I know this issue is probably not going to be, as far as immigration, this immigration enforcement is probably going to go all the way till December at least. So I think we need to do as much as we can to prepare our staff, our parents, from front office staff down to the paraeducator, down to the bus driver, and so on and so forth, to understand what this policy is, what are some of the remedies, and what can they do. I think, and teachers as well need to know what is their job when that happens. So I really appreciate this. This is wonderful. If there's no other questions, you have a question, I'll go ahead and move to approve.
Well, I'll entertain your motion.
Okay, I'll go ahead and move to approve this policy.
I'll second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe.
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Ed Services request for consideration of textbooks, Light and Lens, Thinking About Photography in the Digital Age. First read.
Thank you very much, President Peterson. Pleased to bring this textbook to you. And this was an oversight. It should have been brought to you at the last session when this course request was presented. So this is the book request for that course that was approved at the last meeting. So happy to answer questions, but once again, apologize for that oversight.
No questions, but I'll move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe.
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
And thank you for adding the funding source and all the stuff we asked to be updated for. Thank you. Section 2, request for consideration of new course, Spanish Culture and Film Honors. First read.
Okay, this is my second attempt to apologize. This is another course that we lost track of in Ed Services. It was a product of a conversation that I had with multilingual department and Ventura High School specifically, as a way to keep students in the TWI program for as long as possible, even after they've completed AP Spanish 5. And so this was the product of that discussion, and it just escaped us. It was offered to students as a part of the course enrollment in the spring, and so forgive us for not bringing this forward earlier as it should have done. But this is a Spanish culture, Spanish language course that centers on culture and film, honors predominantly for upper level students to keep them in the TWI program. So pleased to bring it to you, but apologies for not bringing it earlier.
Any questions?
I had a question. So with the prerequisite, I was just curious if that, if there's flexibility, because we do have native speakers who maybe haven't taken Spanish, but who have the language skills to participate, and having the opportunity to have an honors bump is always a nice GPA thing. So,
yeah, I really appreciate that comment. Those prerequisites are sort of recommended. They're what we typically would ask for, but in no way are they meant to be prohibitive. And that goes for almost all of our prerequisites, except in some cases for math courses. So thank you for raising that.
I just want to thank you for bringing this, because having 5 grandkids go through the TWI program, and they get to that point where there's no more, so they just stop when they really should be sharpening their skills. So thank you very much. And if there are no more questions, I'll move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, next is Human Resources Substitute Teacher Incentive Rate. First read.
Yes, good evening. Thank you very much. So this is a rate that we have had in effect for a couple years now. It dramatically increases our ability to recruit and retain substitutes within our district, and to beat out other districts who may have a lower substitute rate. And so bringing it for consideration to the board for approval for the upcoming school year.
Questions?
Okay. So I actually did ask Dr. Mirza about the cost for last year. I don't know if you want to share that with the whole board.
So the individuals impacted was approximately 92 individuals, and the cost was $92,346 for the incentive rate.
And then do you know roughly how we compare to neighboring districts?
Yes, I anticipated you might ask that, so I gathered that information for you. There are 4 schools that are at or above, 4 districts within the county that are at or above us. Majority of the districts are at that 200 rate, and then there are 8 that are below us. So that 225 really does set us apart. It really bumps us up into a different category. That is the data that is the most recent accessible to me. As you can imagine, this time of the year, our HR folks across the county are quite busy, and so it's difficult to get some information from them. But that's the most recent available information that I have. So, yeah.
Guesstimate how many days we went with where we didn't have enough subs because they're just hard to come by?
Yes, I have that information as well. For the 24-25 school year, we filled 11,490 substitute teacher assignments. We had an unfilled rate of 162 out of 11,490. So we had an outstanding subfill rate.
So just for those of you who were not with us during COVID, we had an almost impossible time getting substitute teachers because our rate was significantly below our neighbors. And this has, I really think, turned us around, right? Like having access to people where they choose us first makes a big difference. So unless somebody else has a question, I'm happy to make a motion.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, next we have Business Services, contracts for real estate services for surplus properties.
Good evening, Board. So today we have in front of you, you guys have the contract for DCG Strategies and to support us with real estate services for our surplus properties. And we have Landis here from DCG. He'll be reviewing the agreements and answering any questions.
Good evening. Pleased to be here. I'll just briefly just describe to you who we are, what we do. I'll be as brief as possible. You can ask questions. We've been around for 20 years. I'm the founder. So we are a public benefit corporation, and our work is supporting public school districts throughout the state of California on all things real estate. And we are also CSBA's exclusive real estate partner throughout the state. So CSBA works exclusively with us for all things real estate that are initiated to CSBA for support. We do call that effort Property Planning Solutions. And so as we help boards and school districts, we think about 4 different kind of factors. One is, what are the policies and objectives of the school board? And then how does that apply to your real estate challenges or opportunities? We also help work with the districts to discover what are your short-term and long-term needs for your facilities. If you do have surplus real estate assets, how do you think about those strategically? And then we look at the economics is one piece of that, which is often the big, especially nowadays. Economics is a really big piece of real estate. This slide is just about if you have surplus sites and you take no action, there is a cost. So sometimes a site may be sitting, but there often are non-use fees that the state charges, vandalism, the opportunity cost where that site could be generate resources for the district, as well as the neighbors could be upset for blight and other reasons, so, fires and other things. What I wanted to really just take a brief moment and just really emphasize the engagement that we would endeavor to support the district. If you think about real estate, and a lot of folks have the context of real estate through purchasing a property. You hire an agent, they list your property, the seller picks a buyer, and then the agent manages the transaction and they earn a commission. So that's the typical commercial real estate and residential process. When we're dealing with public real estate, the reason why CSBA picked us is because we provide a unique array of services to support districts to make what we feel are the best possible decisions. And so like an iceberg where you see 10% above water and there's 90% under the surface, the work that we do represents that, which goes unseen, and we want to just highlight that a little bit. So things that folks are really familiar with is the marketing aspect, because it's very tangible to see. You create a flyer, you promote it on the different various mechanisms and media sources, and then you attract buyers. And that's typical. We do a lot more than that, because if you think about a real estate asset that a district owns, there could be various different potential reuses for that. It could be residential, it could be commercial, it could be special purpose. Those all carry different valuation potential. And so rather than leave that to the district to solve on its own, so we put the marketing out, the district receive offers, and then the district now has to sort through what does this mean. We translate all that, apples to apples, oranges to oranges. So for instance, if residential developers, which they will often seek real estate that are owned by districts because they're large sites, and there are not a lot of large sites, you may have a multitude of offers from different developers. It could be, I'm just throwing out, KB Homes, DR Horton, and different ones. They all have different philosophies. They all have different product types. They all have different densities. They all have different terms and conditions for them to close based on their corporate cultural requirements. And we don't leave that up to the district to solve. We actually deduce those proposals into understandable pros, cons, and risks. And so we then put on a developer's lens even before we release an RFP, because we want to understand how is the property going to be received in the marketplace, who are the likely bidders, what are the values associated with that, and then what do we believe success looks like for that particular location given current land use. Now, all that is done behind the scenes prior to putting out an RFP so that we can construct an RFP that will not only attract qualified buyers, but that we understand that the asset can successfully close. So the marketing is not just a flyer, it's all the data that we put together and all the synthesis, the evaluation of the market, who are the players, including who are the bidders that are likely to have a reputation for what we call retrading, where they understand how to put a big number in their offer, but they already have a built-in mechanism to reduce the offer as they learn different factors about the particular site. So that all goes into the marketing, so when it's released, there's confidence that we understand and it's predictable what should happen. When we get into the proposal review, we also are, again, taking an array of different offers from different type of buyers and different type of users. We're deducing that down into, number one, economics, so you can at least see the dollars, but then we translate it into what does it mean? So as you walk through the opportunities, you understand, again, what your risks are, you understand the time, and then if there are issues that will arise in the future during escrow, we can predict what those are in advance. So for instance, we're dealing with a few neighboring districts, and the market right now, as you may know, is really uncertain. And so property values are, for new home developments, are starting to decline a little bit or at least flatten. And so there's a lot of renegotiation taking place. So if you pick a buyer and they have a certain value, that buyer comes back to you in 3 months and says, we want to renegotiate for these different reasons. Well, we've already vetted what those reasons could be. So when you go into that negotiation, you're doing so from knowledge and leverage and not just receiving information and making the decision without being well informed. So that's all part of the process of how we select buyers, but also how we manage the transaction. We also recommend interviewing, because what is presented on paper doesn't always translate to action later. And so we would want to talk about the different assumptions. We'd want to talk about different potential obstacles that we've uncovered. It could be some land use concerns. It could be how streets are laid out. It could be massing, as we heard from solar panels. All those are legitimate issues. We had one district recently that one of the buyers on one of their sites, they are getting a few less units than anticipated because the street layout is more narrow than they anticipated. So that where the developer had more density, once they started working with the local jurisdiction, it came back where they're going to get less density, which translates to less value. So we have a mechanism to manage that. And so the last thing that we do is just manage the escrow process. Once you pick a buyer, there will be a lot of renegotiations that take place, and we do our best to predict what those things are. But most of the work that we do once you pick a buyer is no longer broker work. That's more staff work because we do operate as an extension of staff. And so rather than drop all these complicated, sophisticated real estate technical things on staff, we work collectively and collaboratively so that you are protected throughout the entire process. And so I didn't go through every single bullet point, but I'm synthesizing what it says, is that there is a lot of work that we do that's just more than just the transaction. I'd say the transactional part, which is typically what a broker earns their commission from, is likely about 40%. The other 60% is all of the work before, during, and to make sure that you get to a close. And even if it means that sometimes the buyers, and I'm just using residential developers as an example, sometimes they just walk away for different reasons, and then we have to go back into a new escrow. We're managing that all from the same contract. So we don't come back for a new contract and charge double. We'll manage until you close. So I'll pause for questions.
Are there any questions?
Not so much a question, but I just wanted to share. Calvin and I have had the opportunity as the property subcommittee to meet with Landis a couple of times to talk about our projects. And I've just found you to be so incredibly knowledgeable and solid and such a trusted source of information. And that is something that I know we've talked about it. It's something that we really appreciate because this is an area where, we have these public resources that we want to be good stewards of, but it's outside of our own areas of expertise. It's outside of, for the most part, the areas of expertise of our staff. And so to be able to have people that we can really trust makes a big difference. So I just wanted for my colleagues to know, we have definitely found that in you personally and in the firm.
Thank you.
Yeah, as you know, I like my trusted resources to have the answer right then and not the I'll get back to you. So that's what I appreciate the most. So thank you for being knowledgeable. So I'll entertain a motion if there's no more questions.
Yeah, no questions from me. I'll move to approve.
I'll second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
And enjoy taking your daughter to college.
Don't get me started.
It's an
my daughter's
exciting
going to
time.
New Orleans on Thursday. It's my oldest, and you're going to get me crying. So let me walk out
Well,
of
we
here.
appreciate you taking the time to be
Thank
here.
you. I get home tomorrow, and then I leave on Thursday to take her to school. So she's excited. She's going to Xavier in New Orleans. Have a good evening, everyone.
Okay, as amended in the beginning, we're going to jump to 15C1 on page 6. And that's Business Services, Ventura Unified School District Internet-Based Phone.
Good evening, staff. Board. Good evening, board. We have Thomas Kranzler coming up to discuss our next iteration of what our district phone service would look like.
Good evening, everybody. I'll try to make this quick. There's about 14 slides in here. I'll go over an overview of what we've done, the structure of what we're looking to do, and all the goodness. Excuse me. Sorry, let me start. And all the investigation that took place. So here we go. So exactly what's the issue with our current phone system? Our current phone system is what they call end of life or end of sale, essentially identifying the fact that it is no longer manufactured by the company. Company basically does a very minimal level of service for that. In fact, the current service level agreement that we have with the company is through another company that basically we pay $70,000. You'll see that price here in a little bit, just for the privilege of getting service. They still charge us per hour for any actual service we need on that system. All hardware is no longer manufactured. Anything that we want to purchase is going to be through a third party. Identifying the needs. So what you'll see here is basically 6 separate points that we determined, that we use to determine what constitutes as a necessity for a phone system for the Ventura Unified School District. And these particular points are a physical phone in every classroom. And why do we need a physical phone for every classroom is for access. A lot of vendors you're going to see are going to ask for a soft phone, which is basically software-based phone services. The idea is that phone services that are soft phones might be hidden behind a login. They may not be readily logged in by themselves, so another user wouldn't be able to use that physical phone. It is identifiable. You can place it in one particular location. When you walk into a classroom, you can set a designated location where everybody knows where it is for emergency uses. There's also the redundancy aspect. So in any particular phone system, you not only have to rely on a single line, but the possibility of multiple lines in case that initial line breaks, or there's not access to that line, or you might need another avenue to get out to make regular phone services. So we need another way to either redirect that line or reconstitute a connection or a call to maintain a high level of uptime. These all need to be E911 capable, and you'll see that after this we're going to talk about what Kerry's Law and the Bombs Act. These are both FCC regulated laws that both encapsulate the need for 911 emergency services in the phone system, and I'll go over what those things are. There's interoperability, which is the ability for a phone system to contact other, what they call SIP-capable devices, which is just a network protocol allowing phones to make another phone call to another phone-capable system, such as like a PA system. The idea that you would be able to use an IP-based phone to possibly make a PA announcement if necessary, if other PA devices aren't available. There's also the voicemail capability, so we need to be able to do voicemail. One of the things that we're becoming more reliant on is the ability to have that voicemail translated into an email or transcribed, as well as recorded, so they can keep it as a history, or the recipients can keep it as a history. But we also have it's integrated with our other systems, such as our email archive, so that so someone can't just delete it and it's gone forever. We have those things in perpetuity. Also the ability to have fax lines. So the existing system right now has no capability of identifying fax lines. That's a completely separate process, and we'll go over what those things are too.
And Thomas, can you just pause for a moment just so
Yes.
we can see if we have any questions on that first slide? That was a lot of information. I wasn't sure if the board had any comments or questions.
I have a question, and it might seem super naive, but it seems like, I mean, I got rid of my landline at home, I don't know, 8 years ago, maybe 6 years ago, right? But it seems like all of these things that we're looking at are now internet-based. So what happens when a school loses power or when the internet is down? Everything goes?
That's a great question. So what's nice about the internet in general is that there are many ways to connect to it, right? As a district right now, we have a single connection, and we are actively setting up a secondary data center that includes a secondary network or an internet connection. So for our internet connection to the county, which is what we have as our only connection right now, that goes down for whatever reason, or their services stop working, we would have a secondary one to go out. But that's not just the only capability. We also have the ability to use it. I'll go over here in just a moment, but you could use this new internet-based phone system to use your cell phone as the endpoint. So a lot of us have district-level cell phones, but you can program that phone to send and receive phone calls from the same telephone number as the school site. So if that goes down, then you're fine. But as you'll see, some of the phones that we are looking at purchasing also have the ability to do Wi-Fi. That means that basically they just need to have some type of Wi-Fi connection. So you could have a hotspot at a school site, connect that phone to the hotspot, and you're still up and going. All you basically need is power to those phones. So there are a lot of options. There's also the possibility, not to go further because I keep thinking about these types of things myself, but to even get just a monthly internet at a school site, another ISDN, just something real simple, a small ISP, sorry, that's maybe even like a home version, right? And then all it does is phone services. So if you ever lose internet connectivity to any of those go down, can't use your cell phone, you still would have that we'll call it tertiary, internet connection that's hard set at the school site. Those are all options, right? We are definitely having the two ISPs. That's definitely happening. But the nice thing with the internet services is you have a bunch of options. You're never cornered. You have a lot of ways out. Any other questions on that? Okay. So continuing identifying needs, so that in 2022, right, the FCC deregulated the plan for old telephone service lines. So I'm not sure if you are familiar with POTS lines, plain old telephone service lines, but it's basically, I mean, if you're, like me, having a landline in the home, right? You had those old RJ11 cables that plugged into a rotary phone. That's a plain old telephone service line, right? That's the old phone line. So our current system runs on those lines. It doesn't use the internet in any fashion. So the reason that's important is that FCC had once upon a time regulated those costs and made sure that they were at a low and that they could never be raised to a premium to ensure that government entities like the school district have the ability to purchase them. Well, those protections are gone. And now that the possible price for increase in POTS lines is very real. They have no reason to keep them down. In fact, I would say telephone services generally they don't want to service those lines anymore because it's very expensive. They're all made out of copper. We're actually really lucky AT&T hasn't really raised their prices dramatically, and they're really good partners. But you know, that possibility is still there. And we'll talk about what we're paying now. There's also decreased support in terms of the telcos about those types of particular lines. There's just not a lot of interest in keeping those maintained. Moving to internet-based systems basically allows us to increase our call quality as well. Existing POTS lines are you know, I probably get you know, a complaint a week about how bad outside calls are. Internally, they're great because they're on actual network. Any outside calls are poor or sometimes fail. So the next thing is, any questions on that FCC regulation? Okay. So these 3 points that we're looking at, so we have an identified need, and now we need to find how we're going to satisfy those needs. So there are 3 kind of main categories for that. There's the physical, operational, and maintenance. Excuse me. So, you know, what has to be physically installed and maintained, you know, whatever system that we purchase has to be reasonably manageable. And then what's that ongoing cost going to look like? So here are, you know, I would say this is kind of the master sheet, the current system versus internet-based systems, and those 6 different items of need and whether or not they're met. You can see just based off of this, there are a number of categories that aren't met by a current Mitel system, but all categories are met by internet-based systems. And I can go over each one of those if you wish to identify why they meet or not meet, but okay, cool, we'll go by. So one thing that...
Yeah, we trust you.
Okay, great. I figured, I mean, I could go pretty deep in it, but I figured, yeah, right. All right, so we looked at actually 9 individual telephone system providers, and one that's actually not in here, and I forgot to add it, was Teams. Teams was a front runner for a long time, but we did look at all these individual internet service providers. We landed on 4 of them to produce what they call a proof of concept, meaning that we tested them out. We put them on phones, test phones. We did, you know, we wanted to see how easy it was to communicate, wanted to see phone quality, wanted to see if we were able to emulate our existing system or pull over to a new type of process. So it's just kind of, this is just a real quick, you know, overview of those things. Basically, the 2 that were standout were going to be Zoom and GoTo, and Zoom just had a lot more to offer than GoTo did. I can go over those if you would like.
I just had a quick question.
Yep.
When you refer to we, did you have a team working together on this, and who was involved?
Great question. So in the IT department, generally when we're testing anything, we use the entire department. You know, we want to... It's not enough for me to design it and put it together, right? And it's like, oh, you know, I might look at, you know, my Lego set as being amazing, and someone's like, but you know, in that instance, you know, we had everybody try it out. They definitely had access to soft phones, hard phones. They all got extensions. They were able to make video calls. Well, not video calls. I'm sorry, voicemails. We were able to send and to see those types of voicemails, and they were able to emulate that not only on a desk phone, on a laptop, but also on their cell phones. So yeah, we pretty robust testing, and for a number of weeks we did that with specifically with GoTo and Zoom. Not so much TPX or Ring Central; they were in that mix, but we didn't. It was pretty obvious that they weren't up to snuff as the other 2. So there are 2 phone companies. So we're talking about phone services, but this is just a small note on existing physical phones. There were 2 that we tested, Yealink and Polycom. Polycom was clearly the leader, and they felt better. They had higher quality. They're Bluetooth capable, and this is a typo. It says all models are Wi-Fi capable. It should say some models are Wi-Fi capable. So the phones that we designated that would be office phones are Wi-Fi capable. What's nice about this, though, is that in certain situations where we may not be able to cable, but we could power, we could put phones in a public place that we couldn't normally put data lines. So here are the ongoing costs. This is a general overview. I should say that a lot of these prices have changed. as we were looking at each one of these, we did let them know what the others were offering, so they would bring their prices further down. Something to note on this page is Zoom, even though it shows $150,000 annually, the current contract that they offered us is, yes, that would be annually. The first year of implementation, though, there'd be no cost. So for 12, so basically this would be for 2 years. That's the price of what we would see for 2 years. Subsequently, GoTo offered that after they learned that particular pricing, but still Zoom had the overall better pricing and the better service. Any questions on those?
So on the previous slide, you talked about the physical phones. So we're going to have a cost for the purchasing of the physical phones.
Yes.
In addition to the cost for the service vendors. And then it seems like also there's kind of a third on the next slide. There's like a third expense.
Sort of. Actually, those are the only two general expenses. The third expense, I thank you for bringing that up, but I'll cover that, what we're going to recover in terms of cost. But is that okay? Should I go on to the next one? Yeah, okay. All right, so ongoing costs. So the current service price for Mitel is $70,000 a year just for the contract. On average, the last time we assessed how much we actually paid through the third party was about $83,000 a year. That's on top of the existing price that we pay for POTS lines and PRI costs. PRI costs is basically the digital equivalent of calls that don't look like the old RJ11 calls or phone lines. So we pay AT&T roughly $15,000 a month and just to maintain POTS lines and PRIs. So that's roughly $180,000 annually in comparison to Zoom's $153,000 annually in terms of the service that we would receive.
I'm sorry. So you said during last year our all-in cost to Mitel was 93 or 83?
83.
83.
Yeah. Thanks. So basically $70,000 for the privilege to use them as a service, and then it was roughly $13,000 that we paid through the company that maintained the Mitel system.
When you say it like that, it doesn't really sound like a bargain. I just want you to know. So then the POTS lines, we're looking at $15,000 a month, or roughly $180,000 annually for those physical lines that have to be maintained. And you'll see here that our department has to regularly check those lines, each individual one. Some sites have 16, some have 20 plus. They all have to be individually called and checked and see if they're actually online. They all have individual telephone numbers, and it's a lot of time and effort. And if they're not working, then it's a ticket, it's verification. It's a long process.
Sorry, Thomas. So
yes.
Right now, our total current price annually would be to about $263,000. That would be the 180 plus the 70 plus the 13,000.
Right.
Okay.
Again, that's based off of last year's.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
And again, that's with the IT department covering all of the testing of the phone lines.
Not only testing of the phone lines, right, but the existing Mitel system requires a couple other physical devices that are on site. So what's nice about the internet phone system is the phone itself is connecting to the internet, has no intermediary. It doesn't require any other switching device. It doesn't require another server to do all the voicemail. Right now, every single site requires a physical device for the phones call that device, and then that device then makes the POTS lines calls. But then there is a requirement for another server that we have to maintain, a Windows server that also does all the voicemail systems and what they call the auto attends, which is what happens when you call the school site and they have a menu for you to dial in and that type of thing. That all exists on a server. That server is gone. 27 separate sites like that. We have to maintain each one of those. And then we also have to maintain the one here that's kind of the master server, if you will. So it's a lot of hardware. And each one of those is not in any of these prices. That's anytime we have to replace that or purchase that, that's another purchase on top of that. So those servers can be between $3,000 and $5,000 a piece. If they do die, that's essentially what we're doing. We've hobbled together as much as we can, but we're kind of at the end of that.
And this new system would not require those things?
Yeah, no hardware, except for the physical phones.
I had one more question. How old is our old system?
Ooh.
Oh.
I want to say it's 10 years. I don't have a references to the actual date. I am. I will. I'll defer to Gina. 16 years.
Gina's going to be our resident historian on this one. Minimum 15 years. Yeah.
So in other words, it's graduating from high school this year.
Yes. Yeah. Should I continue? Okay. So the final plan for deployment or for implementation was originally, and this has changed somewhat. The idea is that we would work with specific sites to find out what their group operations and their extension dialing would be. Basically, if we go with Zoom as a service, we can emulate the existing system one-to-one if we so wish to. And then, in the following years, or maybe in another year, we can change our dialing plan so that it's simpler to use. And we'll see why that might be desirable.
Thomas, if you can just, you said a whole bunch and a little bit, and the only reason I know what you're talking about is because we've met with cabinet principals.
Yes.
No, I just wanted you to slow, like, what you said has a lot of consequence to what you just said. So can you talk about the emulating one-to-one and then what the potential expandability of the options that we could have would be?
Yes, great. I appreciate that. So currently, to not complicate things, basically every single school site has its own dialing plan. They have a site code, and then after that they have four digits. And they've operated like that for I think 16 years. Someone may have said something to that extent. But the idea is that so we can emulate that same type of thing with whatever phone system we decide to go to. We should be able to do that same type of thing. The idea of pulling away from that type of dialing structure is that we can go to a simplified dialing structure, which is just four-digit extension district-wide. So you're not reliant on a site code. You don't basically have to dial 7 digits to call an individual. It does break some of the patterns that some of us are used to, such as identifying a room number by its extension. But we're looking at kind of, I guess, a different way of looking at how you use a phone, or a phone being associated with a person. I would say that the way most phone systems are identified now is that the extension follows the person as opposed to following the room. So if you move one room to another, your extension doesn't change. We just move you to that new phone, and so anytime your extension is called, it's rung there.
Yeah, thank you, Thomas. I actually wanted you to share that because I wanted to give you credit for, as we were rolling out this concept, we had talked about what the implications were operationally for notifying families, agency partners, publications, websites, all those things. So thank you for thinking like, oh yeah, we can maybe do a 2-part solution. Really appreciate just the concept of being able to roll into that.
Oh yeah, and that's actually one of the things I personally like more about the internet-based phone system, is that it's so malleable. You really can design the phone system that is most appropriate for you, whether or not it's the same old calling system or something more advanced as time goes on. And you can change that as time goes. You're not backed up into a corner. So the idea was that we will be able to deploy all phones by the end of this year. That's changed a bit, mostly because we have other projects that are in the mix that are kind of taking
we
a
already
forefront.
referenced it earlier. Our priority right now is ensuring Aries implementation.
Yeah, thank you. And it's taking a considerably.
So ultimately, those are our internal timelines that we're setting. We're not set bound by any timeline for the rollout. We could do this smoothly, slowly, and get it rolled out correctly.
And just so, and when we talk about, so, and then also the current port numbers would be able to be ported over, so there wouldn't be any loss of numbers or extensions. So things that are written on paper could be maintained. That none of that stuff would be lost. And then when we ever decide to change any of those processes, we can do that at a later date so that it matches any of our documentation, whether or not it be on paper or digital. And last is the beginning the decommissioning of the POTS lines to try to save on that $15,000 a month. I should say we won't be able to decommission all POTS lines because there are some systems that facilities specifically uses that still use those, such as fire alarm, as well as security alarms, elevator connections, that type of thing. So, but the grand majority of those should be removable. So things to note, again, extensions can follow the user. Excuse me, soft phones options carry over to cell phones like we were talking before, right? Depending if you're on your physical phone or your computer or your cell phone, you're able to be contacted by all of those things. And also Zoom licensing allows for what they call like soft texting or direct dial numbers, meaning that we could attach a direct dial number, which is basically a non-extension number, right? Someone could call that number and it dials directly to you, but also you're able to receive texts on that line if something we wanted to turn on or enable. That's it. I know I said put questions here, but I think you asked some already.
Any other questions?
I had one question. So when we switch the system over, what will be the training for staff? Is there going to be a big change in dynamics for staff and it's going to take a lot of effort in order to train?
That's a good question, and I would say that there really wouldn't be much in the way of having to train because their experience would be largely the same. Right, we would be able to, the idea is at first we would interview that site to make sure that the dialing plan was what they wanted and what they were expecting. And if there were any changes, of course, we would address that at that particular site and how that would work. For the most part, it would be kind of a tiered approach. So first, initially, they wouldn't necessarily have to log into their soft phones or put it on their cell phones if that's something that they didn't desire, but their local hard line or their physical phones would be there, and their experience would be exactly the same as they had before. Then we would start that process of allowing them to use soft phones or putting them on cell phones if that's something that they desired, because those are more of an optional approach. Really, our biggest goal in this is to essentially replace what's already there and do the emulation, and then later on give out the additional features that they may desire. What's nice though is that if we ever have a COVID situation again, individuals would be able to have their own district cell phone capability or calling capability that's not associated with anything personal.
Just to be clear, staff is not going to be required to have access on their cell phone.
No, not at all.
I was wondering if at a future point we could get maybe an estimate of the time savings that we can expect for the IT team, and or maybe that's not the right way to put it. It would be good to know how much time the IT department is currently spending on these types of issues that we won't be doing when we move forward.
That's a good question, and I would say that we have. So we used to have the network and systems. I should go back even further. There was one individual that handled all phone services, and that person's now in the data team. Then that whole process shifted over to our network systems team, but they're no longer doing that work now either. There's a vacant position there, so they're not doing that particular work. So I would say on average during the week it's about 4 hours worth of total time dedicated
The reason I ask, and really just this is for Dr. Castro, because I'm going to just keep beating this drum, right? Like, as we have these conversations, we need to be thinking about how we save money, right? And so as I hear your presentation, which I think is great, it brings us, I mean, I know we're always hearing complaints about phones not working, right? So that's one issue. The other issue is, how do we build an organization that is more efficient, and cost savings is always needs to be kind of part of our thinking, right? So I just would like to be able to have a kind of a number associated with this change that we can expect to see.
Thank you. Well, I made note of that, and we'll follow up and provide more detail. Thank you.
Yeah. You answered my question about the what ifs, and I think that's important. And for instance, another question. If a specialist, for instance, is not in their room, is there a way for them to connect their own phone to that? I don't know. There's not many teachers that would want that. But specialists sometimes do. Is there a way to do that?
So, so if they would be able to use the phone in that room?
Like
So-
if it's use their personal phone, sometimes you have a speech pathologist that's running around the campus.
Okay.
And they need to be reached.
Yeah, Thomas, if you can think about like our itinerant staff.
Sure.
So we have itinerant staff that are serving multiple campuses. What would be the benefits of that?
So the ability to use the internet service is user-based, right? So if you can find a device that's internet connected, then you can log in and send and receive calls. So if you're, if you're using an app or using your cell phone or whatever, you can use that. But if you're talking about like the physical phone that's in there, we do have the option to allow you to sign into that phone. So there's a process in which you can type in a code into that phone, and then your extension is now on that phone.
Okay.
Is that what you're talking
Kind
about?
of,
using
yeah.
physical
It was
phone?
kind of like, how can you, like you said, like a psych or somebody else that's running from site to site.
Oh, okay.
How can we reach them?
That's a great question. So chances are, in a situation like that, we could do a lot of different possibilities. You can do phone sign-in, so where they could go to the phone and they could sign in. The other is that you can give them multiple extensions. So the phone, you can essentially add them onto multiple phones. You're only using one license, and you can call them based on their extension at that school site or based on their extension at another school site. It doesn't have to ring both phones, or it could ring both phones at the same time. You have multiple ways of getting in contact with that person. So you could say, if one person's at, let's say, Lemon Grove, they may have an extension there. Or maybe and then another day they're at Sunset. Well, they would have a separate extension at that location. So you can split it
Okay.
off that way, or you can share the same extension at either site.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you. And that was a conference item. And what we're going to do is we're going to finish the last action item, and then we'll take a break. So we'll go back to contracts. Let's see here. Where am I at? Yeah. All right. This is for business services.
Yeah, and sorry, that the conference item, we brought it as a conference because
Yeah,
the Zoom
because we're
licensing
gonna-
is on
yeah,
the
'cause we're gonna
contract
do it in the
list,
action
yeah.
item. Okay, go ahead.
So yeah, here's the contract list for 25,000 or over for this period. Does the board have any questions?
I don't have a question. I have a statement on the crossing guards for $471,000. This is just one of the things that irks me, that the city receives funds through traffic citations, and in the vehicle code, it states that funds could be used for, doesn't have to be, but could be used for crossing guards. In the future, it'd be nice if there's some way we could ask the city to share that cost with us, because that's quite a
yeah.
high cost.
Dr. Dannenberg, so this is the total cost of the contract. The city reimburses the district about 25%, so our actual cost for the district would be about $354,000 after.
So since we're talking about crossing guards, and I shared this with you earlier, but one of the staff members that Calvin and I met with recently asked the question of whether or not that was something that we could potentially bring in-house as opposed to having these contracted services, and use those hours to offset some of the lost hours to our classified staff. So I was just, at a future point, I would love to know more if there are barriers to that, if there are liability issues, because we have some amazing crossing guards and some who have been with our district for decades and are just beloved members of their campuses. But we also know that we're in a place where we're going to be having to continually look at staffing positions. So if there's a way to maybe offset some of that with this, I would love for us to look at it.
Yeah, thank you, Trustee Rodriguez. In preparation of the overall budget that we prepared for you, we started taking a look at what are some of those areas that, one, we would anticipate the board would ask, but also things that we thought, okay, how can we do things differently? We are in the process of evaluating that. Asan, Andrea are already in the pros and cons phase. We're potentially looking at job descriptions, what currently exists and what could exist for add-on, like you described. So we absolutely will have that ready.
The other question I had, and I appreciate Dr. Mirza for answering this via email, but we have Catalyst Family on here for their TKK program. So for ELOP, kids who are at sites where we don't have TK spots for ELOP, they may go to a partner organization. I recognize that right now we just don't have the capacity to do this, but it is very expensive compared to what we would typically do. So I was just curious if there's a plan to ultimately be able to do that in-house.
I'll ask Dr. Mirza to share some of the facts and figures, but globally the board is aware that we now, after the budget approval, the completed budget from the state, we now have a sense of what our budget operations will look like. Laurel had shared what our prior plan is. We have a delayed impact or a delayed rollout, but overall, over a course of years, our goal is to, not just from a cost recovery perspective, but to ensure that we're offering the best programs. And this is a good opportunity to brag. We think our programs not only are good now, but are just going to get better and better. So we want to make sure that our students have access to the best program. So if we can provide quality and do it in a cost-effective manner, that's exactly what we're going to do.
I just had a question about the 25% that we're reimbursed. Does that just comes at the end of the year, or how does that?
Yeah, so we pay for, so at the same time that, I would say like a week or so, the city's taking this contract for their board approval. So once, what really happens is they reimburse us.
Oh, okay, so
we
it's
send
an
them an
ending.
invoice and then they'll reimburse us for the amount.
Any more questions? All right, I entertain a motion.
Move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe.
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, we'll take a break from 8:14 to 8:24. We'll do 8:25. Okay, welcome back. Our next conference item is Educational Services, presentation of the California School Dashboard Overview.
And Greg, before you jump in, just wanted to remind the board and the community, we had bumped this from a special board meeting to make room for the budget. It's a little bit more condensed than we would typically have had, but what we attempted to do was to capture the salient pieces between the dashboard or the data that's collected and displayed on the dashboard, how we use it, its connectedness to overall accountability, and then we'll touch on some of those connections between the data, the accountability that comes with that, and the LCAP and related services. So if you would.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Castro. Trustees, this is my understanding that the board requested an overview of the California School Dashboard Accountability System and how it works. So we'll walk you through its design and to also help the public understand how the colors are determined and how the data impacts us. So I'm just going to walk through a little bit of the background first from the state. So the first few slides are referencing specifically CDE website, dashboard, explanatory materials. And I think the first item that I want to highlight there is right there in the middle. It says the purpose of the California dashboard is to really inform the public and parents, guardians, and educators together so that they can participate meaningfully together. And that's really the nexus between the dashboard and, for example, the LCAP, our LCAP processes, our school site council processes, et cetera. So the dashboard is not the only metrics that we use, but they're central for example, the required student academic performance reviews that school site councils are to do prior to developing their SIPSAs, and that we have to analyze the data from the dashboard in order to develop our LCAP as well. Again, off the CD website, these dashboard principles, and you can see a lot of our own LCAP language and district priorities reflected here, for example, as highlighted in that red box there. Performance gaps among students, working to address those. Valuing each indicator equally down there on number 4, and this is in contrast with some earlier accountability models that had somewhat conglomerated, aggregated, singular metrics that disguised many different important aspects of student academic performance and growth in particular. And we'll talk a little bit about how the dashboard values and makes an attempt to value and honor and communicate growth. But right now, the state is just providing levels of growth year to year rather than cohort growth. But that's coming very soon, that we're going to start to see cohort growth models emerge. This is the goal, the ideology behind the dashboard. And for those of us who've been in education for a long time, we recall earlier accountability systems that did not have as many metrics. They had sort of aggregate, conglomerate, singular metrics like the API that disguised a lot of elements of what that are important.
And Greg, API?
Academic Performance Index. Sorry, yeah, thank you for that. Academic Performance Index was a singular number that you would achieve based on your academic scores, and it would prompt, if you fell below a certain threshold, it would prompt certain kinds of accountability measures. So that's there for public consumption, again, just for the background. And this is something that I want to spend a little bit of time on because it is confusing, understandably confusing for many parents, many groups who are maybe new to the dashboard when they see these colors. And those colors have those dial indicators down below that correspond if the colors don't work for you. But this matrix represents the first attempt by the state to communicate growth. So what this means is, in any given year, your score on any given metric, academic performance, school and climate, suspension, et cetera, you can either score on that left-hand column high, very high, medium, low, or low. But that alone doesn't determine your color. What determines your color is the nexus between how you did that year compared with how you did in the previous year, which is in the row at the top. So, for example, we would take that highlighted there in white, that green. If you scored high and you maintained your level from last year, you would be in the green, because that's where those two things connect. Similarly, for example, if you scored very low and you also declined year over year relative to the year prior, you would be in the red, because you'd go down on the left-hand column very low, and then if you declined, you'd move over to the declined column, and that's where you'd find your color. So that's how the colors are determined. And again, that's the state's attempt to say we are trying to honor progress. We're also trying to communicate year-over-year change. Again, that's not, when we think of growth, when we talk about map growth, we're really talking about what we're adding by way of our value to students over time, individual specific students, cohorts of students over time. That's not exactly what this does, but, and Dr. Castro, please feel free to add anything that you think might help clarify that.
Sure, I'll share just a little bit. That concept of status and change is really critical, because in the early years of the accountability, just as Greg talked about, it was really narrow, and now they're trying to give us the district's credit for it. If you were a district or a school that was low performing, but you were heading in the right direction, they wanted to honor that. Like, you can come from schools that, compared to other schools, you may be low performing, but the concept was, but are you growing? Are you improving? And so the accountability metrics that the state adopted through the dashboard were designed to honor that. In the same way that you could be a quote-unquote high-performing school, but if you didn't change, you couldn't progress in the accountability on the dashboard. You needed to continue to grow. So that's the only thing I would add. Yeah. Thank you.
So I'm happy to answer any questions about how the colors are determined. I think that's really important. It's a fundamental concept in the dashboard that we try to explain in LCAT meetings, in SIPSA development, in our anytime that we're communicating about student academic performance, dashboard student academic performance with parents, with teachers, with students and families. So here would be an example, and I know it's a little bit small, but in the upper left, this is 2024. We don't have our 2025 data yet, so this is 2024, our last year graduation rate, and this is called the 5x5 placement report. So as you can see, for example, the district placement, our total average district, not school-specific, total schools included, is in the blue in the far right column in the row called high. That's the 90.5% to 94.9% graduation rate. And it was a significant increase over the year prior, and we've addressed that several times. So we as a district are in that coveted blue space in the far right. And then you can see individually where our specific high schools are. And again, just for the benefit of the public understanding those colors, once again, I'll just reiterate. So Foothill and Ventura and El Camino all had very high rates in that single year. And they either increased or increased significantly over the year prior, and that's why they're blue. Buena and Pacific had medium rates in the 80 to 90%, but they increased also, and so that's why they are in the green. Now, you can click further into more detailed reports. So this would be the next level of detail that you can click into. And so there's a couple elements here that are reflected again in the exact same way they were before. You can see the schools, the district as a total in that second column, and you can see the color associated with our score in 2024 for graduation rates, the status level and the change. So it's just another way of displaying that. But the additional data that's now included is the precise percentage rate, graduation rate, whereas in the previous slide it was just presented as a range. You can now see the number of graduates, the cohort, and all the way through. You can see the prior status, the year, the specific graduation rate. So that would be the next level of data that you could look at. So there's in an even additional level, you could go in and look at student group level. And we don't have a slide of that here, but those are sort of, I think, in the basic 3 levels of data that the dashboard provides. Change, status and change on this first page here where it shows the color, the 5x5, your current year performance, and then relative to your change from last year. More detail, specific graduation rates, compared to specific graduation rates from last year and specific numbers, and then a third category that could go down into student groups as well. So this is the general dashboard that shows all of our accountability metrics on the California school dashboard system. So we have chronic absenteeism, we have suspension rate, all schools, all districts do, excuse me, our English learner progress, graduation rate, college and career, English language arts, and math. And then these other boxes down below, those are called our local indicators that all schools have to survey themselves and answer and make a determination on a 5-point rubric. And that on that 5-point rubric, all the state does is say whether or not you're doing the job of analyzing and you've met the standard of analyzing yourself, so standard met. It doesn't present a lot of data. I can go into detail about how we determine our status about access to a broad course of study. For example, are we able to maintain a broad course of study in our secondary programs, even though we're declining, even though our master schedules are constricting? And so we talk about that at the director level with principals. We're looking at how Prop 28 is helping us maintain breadth of course of study amidst declining enrollment, how we're able to use dual enrollment to maintain breadth of course of study. So those are the ways in which we analyze ourselves, and then we report to the state, and they say, great, you did a good job, standard met. So these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, these 7 dashboard metrics are categorized in 3 sort of constellations. The first constellation is academic performance. And academic performance contains ELA, math, English learner progress, affectionately known as the LP, the English learner progress indicator, and the college and career indicator, the CCI. And additionally, coming this next year, you will have science in there as well. So the academic performance constellation of metrics is expanding to include science. And just a quick note about science. So you can see here that we annually, and for a long time, our students have been taking the CAST test, the California Science Test, excuse me, or the alternate assessment. And they take it in 5th grade, 8th grade, and once in high school. High schools can determine whether or not they take it their junior year or senior year, or depending upon different factors, you can let students decide, but they have to take it once in high school. And typically we have a take it your junior year concept. Last year, as you can see, there's no performance color that was given because it was just a preliminary year. There was no, on that 5x5, there was no prior year to compare it to derive a color. So it was just simply a status, not a status and change metric. But in this coming year, my guess is around late October, when the 2025 California dashboard results come out, we'll have, for the first time, a science color, a science, full science metric. Okay, so the second and third constellations of, or clusters of California dashboard metrics are academic engagement and conditions and climate. So in elementary school, the state measures chronic absenteeism as a measure of how engaged are students. In high school, not in elementary school only, elementary and middle, and in high school, they measure graduation rate. However, for all of our schools, K-12, the state measures suspension rate for, to make a determination about conditions and climate. So you can see, I'll go back here, excuse me, because I didn't get a chance to talk about the colors. You can see, as we've noted several times in presentations in our mid-year LCAP report and in our fall dashboard report, that we have absolutely some work to do in our primary academic metrics in English language arts and in math. And so looking at this tile, you can see we're looking at all students, not student groups specifically, and that's that purple box that's indicated there. You can see the average point below standard, and then you can see a decline or maintained or increase. So it's a quick snapshot. And then also you can see the number of student groups that are monitored. You can see them down there at the bottom. So we have 3 student groups in the red, 5 in the orange, and you can click on the view more details and it shows that. So it's really important that the public, the design of this is supposed to engage the public, engage parents, guardians on understanding how the district is doing. So this is a nice tile if people aren't interested in clicking through all the way to the percentages and the details, just to see a snapshot of how we're doing. So for example, if you go over to college and career, where we scored high last year in the green, you can see we don't have any student groups in the red or the orange. We have 4 student groups, and those are student groups: students with disabilities, homeless, foster, socioeconomically disadvantaged, African American students. We have all these student groups in various that are metriced on here. So not that this tile explains specifically what those student groups are. This is a nice way to see, do we have the majority of our student groups on the right-hand side, towards the blue, towards the green, et cetera. Going back over here to academic engagement and climate and condition, we had obviously a very good year last year with graduation rate. You can see all of our student groups are in the yellow or in the blue. We had many of our vulnerable student groups make significant progress in our graduation rates. And even in chronic absenteeism, even though we are in the yellow, and again, our chronic absenteeism rates declined 6.7%. So that's one of the metrics that we want to decline. The other metrics we want to improve outside of suspension rate. So it just takes a little bit of time to look at this. We have 16% chronically absent. I've explained before how that's determined by 10 days. Being absent, is it 10? Now I'm blanking on it. I apologize. Is it 10 days?
10 days.
10 days, yeah, thank you. Okay, so that's the general overview of how the dashboard is designed.
I was just going to say, if you can just go back real quickly to the college and career indicator, because this came up in a previous conversation. Greg mentioned that when you click on the view more details, you get a sense of the student groups. And it would be, if we had hours, we could dive into each student group. But I wanted to call attention to something because it came up. College and career is only going to be, it's a smaller subset of our overall student population. So if you were to click on that, and I did, I clicked on this on the internet. There are, although you would have these student groups reflected when we have enough students across all grade levels, when you're only looking at the smaller groups, and this will apply for like science, for example, we have situations where you actually have no performance data on groups because they don't meet the threshold that's required by the state. So for example, in college and career, African American, American Indian, Filipino, foster youth, and Pacific Islander, we actually don't get any performance color data on them on the dashboard because there aren't enough there. But then when we go into other data sources, we can grab that data and we use that for our decision-making purposes. So I just wanted to draw that distinction because it came up in a previous discussion. Well, why is it that these student groups were called out in this area, but they weren't in this other area? And that was probably the easiest way to show that. Yes.
Is that for student privacy? Just because when we're dealing with a very small group of students, we don't want to.
That's exactly it. Yes, thank you.
And I'm glad you mentioned college and career because that indicator deserves a little bit of attention. I think that we all understand standard met, exceeding the standard in English language arts and math. Even on the English learner progress, are our students reclassifying as English proficient? We all know when students graduate or not. The college and career indicator is a little bit more of a, I was about to say Frankenstein, that's probably not the right term. It's a metric that is, there are many ways to become college and career ready, identified by the state to meet this metric. and you can meet it through performing at the met or exceeded level on the English Language Arts and Math CASP test. You can meet it through dual enrollment. You can meet it through AP tests. You can meet it through a combination of CTE pathway completion and UC A to G completion. So there's a variety of ways to meet that metric, and you can break down all the ways in which our students met that metric or not. So that one's probably the most complex of all the metrics to dive into, but it does give us really good information. And I do try to always present those, all those little sub-metrics when I present in the fall about, with the dashboard. I try to give our A to G rates, I try to give our CT pathway completion rates, our AP pass rates, our dual enrollment rates. So this is really, I think, one of the most enlightened things that the state did is to say, hey, there's many ways to be successful post-secondary. Here are all the ways we think that students can demonstrate that. Let's track that and let's promote that, as opposed to just a singular, did you graduate or not, did you pass a test or not. So I'll be presenting those in the coming months as we get that new data. So this is something, and Dr. Castro, you know a lot about this, but this growth model is something that the state is trending towards, and they just put in kind of a hard to find preliminary model. They buried it. I didn't even know it was there. It wasn't highly publicized, so Dr. Castro and I had to dig around and we found it. There's a little video here, and we're not going to play the video, but I just want to make sure that everyone understands what we mean when we talk about growth. Different from how the state is measuring growth right now, which is just year-to-year change. And that sort of systemic growth or institutional growth, or how are we getting better at doing something, promoting graduation rates, et cetera. But the real growth model that the state is engaged in developing, and that we are already now have a long history of engaging in, particularly with our MAP growth scores, and that we're tracking is student-to-student growth. And that's really the gold standard of, I think, our institution. Can we track a student and say year over year we're adding value to that student? So they walk into our classrooms a certain way and they exit fundamentally transformed in some measurable way, so that over the life of their time with us in VUSD, we can say we're a transformative institution. That's really the goal of the growth model. And so this is where we're at.
And Greg, if I could just interject
Sure.
real quickly to make some explicit connections. What Greg was talking about with MAP, our measures of academic proficiency, or I think so, yeah. The reason why it's so powerful, why we invested in that a couple of years ago, the state had, right before COVID, had really invested in a lot of these growth models, looking at student groups. COVID slowed that down, so now they're picking back up. And for, just like science, Greg had talked about, for the growth metric, that's not going to be a part of the accountability process yet, but it is planned to be. Putting aside the accountability piece, in tying together MAP and state growth, we only get the state growth indicator once a year, but we need those metrics all along the way to know how do we continue to intervene positively in students during the school year. And MAP does that for us. And the last thing that I'll share on that is that we're still fine-tuning our delivery. We're still making sure that everyone is comfortable, not just implementing the evaluation, but describing it and bringing it on, helping parents understand. That's this next piece, is how do we help parents understand where a student is and why they're there. But in addition to that, we are finding that MAP and how students do on CASP or SBAC, they're highly correlated. And so as we evolve, trying to understand where and when and under what conditions these two measures are correlated is really important for us, not just because it makes sure that we get a sense of where we're going to be at the end of the year on the accountability metric, but to really understand, like, oh, as a district, here are the practices that we need to shift in order to ensure improved growth for students. So that we're really excited about the fact that we're a couple of years in MAP, and now we get to be prepared to really engage on this issue. Even though it's new for the state, we're at the front end of it. So thank you.
Yeah, and our MAP scores that we get trimesterally outside of are largely actionable. You can intervene, you can teach differently, you can reteach based on those scores. I really value the growth model that the state is coming up with, but for any given teacher, it's not actionable because it comes after the fact and the student has moved on. So unless you are looping with your students, you're not really able to take that and change your instruction. The next year's teacher can, and we should have a system, an institution that does that. And so I really value the MAP growth scores. I think it's really focused our teachers on being that value add within a year and between years, but most importantly within a year for specific students. So I don't think I could describe how we found this. Antonio, you might be able to describe how you found this. It's a treasure hunt.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that the state hasn't done a real good job of making this accessible. You have to actually go under science on the front page. It's under science, so yeah.
Yeah, go to science and you will find ELA growth. And this is, and I don't think that the state is prioritizing this yet. Maybe the model is not ready, but this gives you a hint about where it's headed. So you can see here for ELA, and again, this is a conglomerate, an aggregate for all of our measured grades. Remember, it's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 11 for English and math, and then 5, 8, and once in high school for science. But for this one particular here, ELA, this is the overall average points, and we're below typical growth, and we absolutely fundamentally need to improve there. This is in contrast with the math growth in VUSD, which is we're 2 points above, again, what typical growth would be. And remember what typical growth means. Typical growth in MAP, it means for students that have had instruction this many days, this is the typical range of growth we would expect for that kind of a student. And so that's a nice way to think about it, I think. For students that were engaged in math instruction across districts writ large in the state, this is what we would expect to see. And Ventura Unified is 2 points above what we would expect to see in terms of growth in math, and 2 points below what we'd expect in English.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll just add that as we were talking about the differences between MAP projected growth, those are normed on a national group of students. As we're looking at this, remember this is a California school dashboard. This is essentially normed against state students. So like groups within the state against how we performed against like groups within the state and other districts, or across the state. Thank you.
So a couple notes on the California dashboard system and the accountability model. So we have a system, an accountability system in the state of California. We call it ATSI, or ATSI, Additional Targeted Support and Improvement. And it's used by the state based on essentially a 3-year cycle of where you are performing for schools and for student groups on all the dashboard metrics. So there are ways to enter. So that would be, you have, for this 3-year cycle, you have schools and student groups that have underperformed, that have performed in the low range of the performance level for consecutive years. You are now designated, these student groups, for your district, these student groups, these schools are designated as ATSI, for Additional Targeted Support and Improvement. If you improve performance for those student groups or those schools, you can exit those in any given year. And we're really proud of this. We're not certainly proud of where we were at post-COVID. You can see we were littered with ATSI designated sites, and I think this was true up and down the state post-COVID. And if you just take a glance at the number of ATSIs you see or the number of pink cells you see to now, we've gone from in the 20s to the 3 that we have currently, or excuse me, the 4, I apologize. So I think we're making progress, particularly in the area of recognizing where we are underperforming, and with LCAP initiatives, with SIPSA initiatives, we're targeting those specifically at those students, at those schools, And I think that there's an absolute connection between the focus of our LCAP initiatives, our SIPSA initiatives, and the reduced number of schools in the ATSE designation here. So maybe I want to pause on this to see if this is not something that we have typically presented on this sort of 3-year view of ATSE designations, which again represents significant progress, but we do have 4 currently. And another, just before you ask questions, I just want to note in the far right-hand column, it's not super self-explanatory, so it deserves a little attention. You can see that's homeless, HOM, and students with disabilities. So, for example, the remaining ATSE designation for Atlas is students with disabilities. There's some metric in the dashboard for students with disabilities, most likely in an academic performance area, that is still in the consistently low area, that's why we're designated. So there's really those 2 student groups, homeless and foster, and students with disability. Dr. Castro, did I miss anything there?
No, you covered it all. I just want to add, a couple of you have been present for our PAC presentations. This has come up a couple of times, and so I just want to take the opportunity to make some connections. This state has to submit their accountability plan to what was, and hopefully, we'll see what happens, the Department of Education at the federal level. We are required, the state is required to ensure that we meet all federal accountability through the California State Plan. And so that's one of these areas of intersection between the accountability metrics that we implement under the California School Dashboard, and then, like these other designations, CSI, which we've talked about many times, but we haven't really talked about ATSI. I'm hoping that Greg can share a little bit about how that connection between, here's the data, here's the accountability, and then what we do with the LCAP. Because when we go through the LCAP approval process, you'll be able to see the progress that we've made here, but we don't really talk about, okay, so as we have these designations per school, what are the implications for the LCAP? And so in a moment, I do want to pause because you did ask for questions, so I would wanted to pause there first before we start talking about the LCAP. Any questions?
So I just, excuse me, quick question on this. So this would be like when school sites councils are sitting down doing their SIPSs, like this would be an area that they would especially be honing in on?
That's absolutely correct, Trustee Fredericks. These were required in the LCAP and in our SIPSAs because increasingly SIPSA development is supposed to mirror and connect with LCAP. Wherever there is an ATSE designation, wherever there's just a red or an orange designation for a student group or a school, we have to explicitly address that in the LCAP. And if you're at that school with SIPSA development, you have to address that in your SIPSA. So the SIPSA is monies, it's Title I monies, of course, it's supplemental concentration, the LCAP is monies. Increasingly, this has been the overall trend over the last 5 years with at the state level with LCAP. It's less about be transparent about how you use your money. It's more now about be transparent about how you're using your money specifically to address these issues. That's what the LCAP is now. Just as a quick note, you mentioned CSI, Comprehensive School Improvement. That's a federal designation that comes with money. ATSE designation is a state designation that comes with no money. So Pacific High had additional monies that were given to it when it had low graduation rates. There was a process that you had to go through. It was a root cause analysis and a study of what was causing these low graduation rates, and with Principal Menares at the time, they reconfigured their master schedule, they reconfigured their credit, their credit accrual system and their homeroom, and they really developed a system that improved their graduation rates, and the federal government said, great, good job, you are now, not getting the money. So, any questions on this? Okay. Okay, that is all to say that we will come back to you with the updated data in 2025. Our most recent year's data should be available. The state has been trying to push it back. It used to not come out sometimes till December. or late November, but I think that they're targeting October. So I hope perhaps in either an early November or the second, I'm not sure if there's a second meeting in October, to be able to present the data. And if there's specific elements that you would like me to focus on, happy to do that. If Dr. Castro, if you'd like to direct me to focus on certain things, and I can go into more depth about college and career indicators, but
Okay.
looking forward to that data.
Yeah, before we take feedback from the board, Greg, if you could just go back to the academic performance slide, because we were sharing a lot of information yeah, there we go. It should be validating that the way that our LCAP is structured is designed to address these things. We know that early literacy is a focus. We are still in that, yes, we're in orange there in math. You saw on the growth, we're a little bit ahead in terms of growth in mathematics, but we are a little bit behind in ELA. So again, I just wanted to, and then of course the impact on English learners. We highlighted college and career. We didn't talk a lot about suspension rates. We are heading in the right direction. You saw that on the ATSI, that we had almost every school eligible for ATSI. We now have just, I think, 4 left. So we are heading in the right direction, but ensuring that we are adhering to those best practices to really move not just the practices forward, but to see the outcomes for students. We still have a ways to go, in particular in those academic performance areas. So it's always good to celebrate the highlights, but I did want to make sure that we are focused on the right things for the right reasons. We had hoped to contain like this part of it to about 30 minutes. It's about 30 minutes. But if there's anything just off the top of your head that you think as we revisit this the next time, or maybe even for a future study session, are there areas that you would like us to prepare for? Because just as Greg said, with the new dashboard coming out, gives us a new opportunity to talk about this in the future. So wasn't sure if there's anything top of mind.
Well, you had mentioned the MAP scores. I think that would be really interesting to see as we're progressing during the year, how our MAP scores are progressing. I would be interested in getting updates on that.
Yeah, thank you. I can definitely include MAP scores. I think I can include T1, maybe T2. I was thinking about the LCAP mid-year report that we're required to do by February, the end of February. Yeah, I don't think we'd have T2 yet. Yeah. But yes, Trustee Frederick's board, that's really important. I would be very pleased to present our MAP scores.
What I was going to request is every time we get our dashboard data, it's typically presented as one portion of a very full agenda. This is really the bread and butter of what we do, right? And it does drive our SIPSAs and our LCAP. So my request would be that we get this data at an agenda where we don't have a lot of other things stacked up, so that we can really devote the time that it deserves. And that at the same time, we also have with that school sites budgets and so that we can really look at our schools spending their money on the things that the data tells us they should be spending their money on. That is our oversight job, but we always see these things in very disconnected ways. So it would be really helpful to set aside, initially I was thinking like, oh, we just do a board study session, but then those aren't televised, and I think the public should see this as well, right? So that's just my request. To the extent possible, I would love to go deep. Greg knows this. I'm always like, more slides. But all of the parts together so that we can have a meaningful conversation.
We look forward to that. We're happy to do that.
Well, and then just one last thought. I know we're adding different AP exams and things like that, so I would be curious for that data for the college career, whether we're seeing more achievement in APs because we're offering more APs, or because students are, like, the percentage of students taking those classes or those tests are actually improving.
Yeah, that's a great question. I've actually, I think for all the years that I've been doing this, I've presented not only, you know what? I haven't presented AP pass rates, but I've presented AP enrollment rates by student group, because that's been an emphasis for us, is to try to diversify our AP classrooms. happy to, Dr. Castro, if you want me to also include AP pass rates and numbers to see those changes overall, but I'll just emphasize that for our secondary sites, that's been our primary emphasis, not only to retain AP courses as we get smaller and as there's pressures on reducing singleton classes, that's first and foremost key, but also to diversify enrollment by student group in those classrooms and to remove barriers to access. If you recall, the board approved, and thank you for the AP Academy, that's not the right phrase, AP, it's the AP Research, AP Seminar, and also AP Pre-Calculus. The year before you approved AP Pre-Calculus. So we've been able to grow our AP program despite our declining enrollment, so thank you for that.
Okay, thank you very much for your feedback.
Okay, next we are Ventura County Office of Education, Q4 Williams report.
Yes, that time of year again to give you an update for our Q4, and I'm pleased to report to the board that both areas reviewed were in compliance. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions on this subject? Okay, we've already done the phone system. So next we will go to Optera Microgrid Systems.
All right, board, good evening. We've been having a lot of power outages in the past several years, so the board directed staff a while ago, it's been a long time, to go look at several different options in case of these events. So we have NG here and Ryan, and they'll go ahead and talk about what they found.
Yeah, NG, now Optera. Yeah, there's been a transition in ownership. I can't believe Greg left our presentation.
Not enough slides.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Come back when your slide game is a little bit better.
As Dr. Mirza stated, as a follow-up to our previous discussions on power resiliency and just overall solar being committed to power resiliency, as I said, we wanted to continue our discussion on the microgrid capabilities. So to do that, I want to introduce Ms. Shira Ziegman-Daniels, Mr. Neil Burtek, and Mr. Kevin Watson to present the potential microgrid solutions for VUSD. Of course.
Thank you. All right. Well, members of the board, Dr. Castro, thank you all for taking the time to speak with us about this. I wanted to provide just a quick follow-up introduction here. I'm Shira Zingman-Daniels. I'm the project director with Optera, formerly NG, here to present to you. I'm here with Neil Bartek, who's our specialist project director on microgrids, and Kevin Watson, who's our project manager for the current project. Just a quick agenda of what we're going to talk through. In the interest of time, I'll just move along and hand this off to Kevin to speak about their current project.
Thank you. So this slide, I'll just breeze through this real quick. This is just a summary of the existing project scope. So overall, across 25 Ventura School District sites, we have about 4.7 megawatts of solar, LED lighting retrofit at 10 sites, and stadium lighting retrofits at 2 sites, which were Buena and Ventura High School. Project benefits, you can see that year one, we're guaranteeing a solar production of just about 7.5 million kilowatt hours. The guaranteed program savings from both the solar and the LED lighting are over 70 million over 20 years. And the expected net savings from PV and LED lighting to the district over a 30-year project life are a little over $100 million. So where we're at right now with the solar scope, we began construction back in November of 2024, and we are expected to continue through spring, I'd say summer of 2026, to get Ventura High School done. we have 23 sites that are under various stages of construction or closing out. They're about, that's actually that, there's a couple numbers that actually could be updated from the last couple of weeks. We have about 10 sites that are pending approval from SoCal Edison for permission to operate. So that's getting the opportunity or permission to turn the solar on and start saving money. We have now 5 sites that have received permission to operate from SoCal Edison. So that would be Pacific High School, Anacapa Middle School, Lemon Grove, Lincoln Elementary, and Poinsettia. So those systems have been turned on and are now starting to save electricity for the school district. Yes, big news, big news. LED lighting and controls retrofit, the adult ed school is actually being completed this week. So by the end of the week, there will be 10 sites altogether, those sites saving money on electricity as well. And then the stadium LED lighting retrofits have been completed at Buena High School and Ventura. And you can see a beautiful shot of what it looks like lit up at night. I forget, I can't tell if that's Ventura? Yeah. So I will pass it over to Neil.
So again, I'm Neil Bartek. Just want to talk a little bit about microgrids, as I said earlier. So what is a microgrid actually? It's a great place to start. So basically a microgrid, so we're connected, all this power you're using today is coming from the SoCal Edison's grid. And so there's wires and pipes running everywhere, connecting everything together. But you can be impacted by events that happen, right outside, or they can happen miles and miles away, and they can impact you, and you can lose power. With the microgrid, we can install local resources, so the solar Kevin was talking about, batteries, or even backup generators at your site, so that if the utility grid goes down for whatever reason, we can use those local resources to disconnect from the grid and power your site and keep those critical operations running. I love asking questions like what we heard maybe an hour and a half ago when it said, on the phone system, what happens when the power goes out, right? So in this case, we can actually disconnect and keep those systems running. And so why are we talking about resiliency now and these sustainable power systems? So myself, I've been in the business for a long time. Last 15 years, I've been working on microgrids, but now, now more and more people are talking about them. And obviously we're here with the school board today. There's, as we're talking, the world in general is becoming more and more reliant upon energy. Obviously we can't have this meeting today without the lights are on. Everybody's got their, before you leave the house, you always check how much charge does your phone have. Am I going to be able to make it to the next time I can plug it in? The traffic lights, everything depends on electricity. And at the same time, we're also seeing an increase in natural disasters, be it the wildfires, mudslides. I actually live in Texas now, and we have tornadoes and all these other wonderful events that happen out there. But it's the same impact. And also, the utility infrastructure is aging. And in order to prevent that so that's increasing failures. And the alternative to that is that they spend a lot of money upgrading those systems, which also increases the rates. So it's kind of a vicious cycle. And at the same time, the cost of these renewable sources, whether it be fuel cells, batteries, generators, or PV, they've been coming down in price and also increasing their abilities, their capabilities. And so it's kind of creating a good thing here where we're seeing a big increase in microgrids. This picture on the right-hand side is actually from the it's from NOAA, the National my mind's going blank now, Oceanic and Atmospheric Association. And they track how many natural disasters occur every year where there's more than $1 billion of impact. Now this one's for 2024, and luckily California didn't officially have any in 2024, but if you go back and look at the 2023 and before, it's always, I broke the rule, I touched the microphone. I was waiting for somebody to put handcuffs on me now. There's usually 3 or 4, usually either, earthquakes, wildfires, droughts, floods, you name them. As far as what Optera has done in the realm of microgrids, here's a visual of what we've done here in California. We have currently 14 operational microgrids that have about 22 megawatts of capacity. And here's a few of our customers. We've also have about 28 that are actually in design or construction as we speak. And that's another 28 megawatts of capacity. And so we have several here in Southern California with, most notably in SoCal, obviously, Santa Barbara USD, where we've built several microgrids, as well as Yucaipa, Water District, and Compton USD. So I wanted to take just a few minutes. We have a few examples of some of these projects, what they've looked like for some of the other customers here. Obviously, you're very familiar with Santa Barbara USD. After the Thomas fire back in 2017, 2018, during those events, the school found themselves, their sites were being utilized by the public, as shelters and different, staging centers and things like that. And basically they decided that they wanted to take action. And so they put out an RFP to do solar as well as microgrids for their sites. And so we won the RFP process, and we built solar across 14 of their district sites. It's about 4.2 megawatts, so similar to what you've done here as far as total solar size. But then at 6 of those sites, we also installed battery energy storage and microgrids, so that during those power outages, whether it be PSPS or whatever the cause is, that they can continue those critical operations. And at these sites, we didn't actually, we just served their critical loads. We didn't serve the entire campus. So in this case, they identified their critical loads. In most cases, it was some IT infrastructure they had at the site. It was usually their kitchen where they had their freezers and things like that. And then some other communications and security features. And so those are wired to a critical panel. And so when the utility goes out, those loads stay on all the time. When we have excess capacity, we turn on the other stuff at the site. But then when the power gets really tight, we'll go down just to those critical loads.
I have a question.
Yes.
Is there any, since you said schools are used as like a gathering site, are there any funds that we can utilize to help install this stuff if we are going to be a site where, let's say, a natural disaster or something happens?
Sure.
Is there anything out there?
Great question. I should preface my response is that I'm not an expert on the funding side, but we do have folks that can get engaged with that. But you're exactly right. If you are going to be designated as like a Red Cross site or something like that, I know Shira's going to talk a little bit about a project we're doing with the city of Menlo Park. In that case, they're a designated Red Cross shelter. And so there are funds that come with things like that. Or if you're an SCE cooling center or something like that, there are some funds. There's also existing programs like SGIP, the Self-Generation Incentive Program, that can help offset the cost of the battery itself. Those funds are kind of dwindling down to the end now, but they are still out there. Okay. And yeah, the great news is that when the grid is up, just similar to what you're getting today, is that about 90% of the district's energy needs are being met by these solar projects that were installed. And then now they also have the added benefit of having this emergency power solution. And with that, I think I'll hand it back to Shira.
All right. Thanks, Neil. I've got just a couple examples here because I am either currently working on these projects or have worked on them, so I can just speak to them a little bit more directly. El Dorado Union High School District up in the Placerville, El Dorado area in Northern California. We did a microgrid project there. Actually, similarly, we had an initial phase of work that was just solar, and they were heavily impacted by PSPS events, asked us to come back and help turn that existing solar into microgrids for 2 of their high school sites. So that's just wrapping up. One of the sites is fully PTO'd and operational. The second is in final stages of commissioning of the 2 sites that have microgrids. The other 2 sites are currently solar only. In the interest of time, I'll move along to City of Menlo Park, a slightly different sort of case study because it's a city project for a community center, but just another example of the types of experience that we have, as Neil mentioned, it is a designated Red Cross center. So there was additional funding and additional resourcing for that sort of project. That was, again, solar and battery, the ability to bring in portable generators with EV charging stations integrated. So we took a very high-level look at the work that can be done here at Ventura USD, given where we're at with the existing solar. I'll get to this in, I believe, the next slide. There are a lot of different designs and opportunities that a microgrid can take. You can offset the entire load. You can do critical load offset. You can use just solar and battery. You can bring in generators. You can have all sorts of different capabilities, so that can heavily impact the final design and obviously, therefore, the final pricing. What we did is we just tried to take a high-level look at some of the opportunities, what they could be, and what it might look like if you choose to move forward with this design. So, addressing this kind of solution here for resiliency and reliability, it can allow the district to better safeguard against future power outages, whether it be natural disasters or PSPS events. And if you are interested, it can allow the district to serve as a community resource center. Like Neil mentioned, the self-generation incentive program is still available in SCE territory. The funds are reducing, so it's important that we apply for those quickly if it is of interest to the board. In the past, at least, the SGIP program has had some plus-up funding available if you're a community resource center. Again, that's ever-changing, so we need to look and see what's currently available. But we are happy to be a partner if you are interested in moving forward to find any and all sources of funding available. When the microgrid would not be operational, it's also just important to note that any batteries that are currently installed would be able to help save energy costs as well by offsetting peak demands. So we'd be taking that into account as well. And then just to note that since we're already heavily involved in our work with the district, and because we designed and have built the PV scope, we're uniquely leveraged and able to step in and pretty much immediately jump into designs and modify the existing systems really without any time needed for onboarding. As I mentioned here, there's a bunch of different factors in scoping an energy resiliency project. These are just a few of them, including how much are we backing up, how long does it last for, what kind of equipment is being used, where do you even want it located. So if we are instructed to move forward, these are all the details that we would look into. Preliminary equipment sizing for now assumes that all of the loads at the site would be backed up. That's because we have access to the utility data, and getting into further detail on what the critical loads might be is something that we could only do upon further analysis and working with the district. We also have assumed for now that there would be generators as a secondary power source. That just allows the microgrids to operate for a longer duration, because otherwise you're constrained by how much solar power is available and how much capacity the battery has. Having the generators as a secondary source means you can continue to refuel them. So in the case of a longer power outage, or if there's a lot of smoke in the air so the solar isn't generating much, you can allow the microgrid to keep operating. So we have considered resiliency solutions at a top 6 sites. So that's Anacapa, Buena, Cabrillo, Foothill, Poinsettia, and Ventura. Those were identified by the district as the top sites to consider, but we understand priority really of the 3 high schools. That's partially because we do find that high schools are the best candidates for microgrid opportunities. They tend to have the most critical infrastructure, the most people there. They're the best suited for if you want to be a community resource center, just because there's the most space. Also, their loads are better suited to demand savings from batteries. But we also do understand that Buena has the district's IT critical infrastructure, so that's very important to back up. Foothill, given its location, has the most likelihood of being impacted by PSPS events or power outages. Just a quick note that if we did do a microgrid solution there, we would work to incorporate the generator that's already in place for the warehouse, because that's all under the same meter. And Ventura High School has the highest savings that we've calculated from battery storage, just given its kind of demand profile. It also is likely to have the highest incentives from the self-generation incentive program.
I had a quick question about that.
Yeah, absolutely.
I was wondering how Anacapa, Cabrillo, and Poinsettia were chosen. I understand, obviously, the high schools and the infrastructure at the high schools, but the other 3 schools I was curious about.
Yeah, I think Poinsettia is on that. Every time there's a power outage, that's one of the sites that always gets affected. And then Anacapa and Cabrillo middle schools, those are just, yeah, Sorry.
Sorry, I should use my microphone. No, Cabrillo and Poinsettia
Poinsettia.
and Anakepa, they're in the same
Yeah. area
that like gets turned off. Like my electricity gets turned off if there's a breeze. I'm solar and have a battery backup for that reason
Yeah.
because I got tired of it. But yeah, it's just because of where they're at. But I was curious that it's just Atlas isn't on this list because Atlas also has had a lot of power outage issues.
Yeah, you can add why we selected a limited. I was just going to say the same thing. The circuits played a big role in terms of which of the schools were initially done. I don't know why we wouldn't have picked Atlas, but if you have any information, Ryan, I don't know if we. I just don't think it was part of the discussion. We're just doing a small group.
This was very preliminary, so it's absolutely possible to add or remove sites. I think this was just the top kind of contenders that were identified for us to look into.
And I know you were here for this, but when we initially looked at doing the solar system, it was one of the things that we talked about because I actually had gone up to see the microgrids at Santa Barbara, and I think it makes so much sense. We couldn't do it at the time because the deadline for NEM 2.0 was like right there, and we had to get everything submitted so that we could qualify for NEM 2.0, which was really important for us for our cost savings. So my question is, does this in any way impact that? If we now change our system, does it in any way impact our sort of rates?
That's a really great question. It does not. As long as you have secured NEM 2.0 and received permission to operate, you can open a new interconnection application that the utility treats completely separately. So that's actually the exact reason to do it in this order, because unfortunately, taking things with a battery through the utility can sometimes slow things down, and procurement of the battery can sometimes be a very long lead time item. And trying to incorporate batteries or a microgrid with these NEM deadlines would have potentially completely jeopardized all of the NEM timing. All right, I think this is our last slide here. So given all of that, we've really looked at 3 potential solutions. Again, this is very high level. More modification can be made, and I want to highlight that these costs are extremely high level. We do expect that they are on the higher end. We would look to bring them down, but this is very rough orders of magnitude of what the solutions may be. So full microgrids at all 6 sites would include batteries, generators, and inclusion of the existing PV. That's at all of these 6 sites, including the elementary schools. And we're looking at roughly a range of $20 million for that work. For the second option, we looked at full microgrids at the 3 high schools, but only backup generators at the 3 elementary or middle schools. That's because, again, middle schools and elementary schools don't typically have load profiles, and these don't have load profiles that really receive much in the way of savings from batteries, so you don't receive the added benefit of demand savings. Also, their loads typically are small enough that there aren't as many battery options available that are small enough to serve an elementary or middle school, so they are disproportionately more expensive. So for that option, we're looking at about $14, maybe $15 million for that. And then the third option is not inclusive of any middle or elementary schools, just the full microgrids at the 3 high schools, and that we're looking at approximately $12 to $13 million. Again, this can be modified. I listed all of the assumptions that we've made. As we further narrow down the design, we do expect the numbers to come into clearer focus and probably to reduce. But that's currently what we've looked at. We just wanted to open it up from there for any questions that you have. If directed, we can proceed with designing the microgrid solutions. So this is not a request for approval of any sort of contract. Obviously, it needs much further refinement. We just wanted to take a moment to check in with you and see if this is something that the district is interested in and if you would like to proceed with this design. I have noted previously about the self-generation incentive program funding. That is dwindling, so if you are interested, we would proceed with that application. Especially Ventura High School is most likely eligible for additional funding, just given its location. It seems to be eligible for the equity resiliency funding, which provides a lot of additional funds.
Okay, I have a question. So to move forward just in the information, what is the cost to the district?
Right now, it's no cost.
Okay. And then my other question is, does this need to go through the bid process? I mean, I know that normally we have to bid it out and get all the different.
Do you want to?
You can speak on it.
I mean, ultimately, it's the district's decision, and if you want to consult with legal, I will not pretend to be a lawyer here. Our understanding is that this potentially could be done as a change order under our existing contract. The savings from the solar are sufficient for still a substantially positive payback, even with this project. I don't know if there's anything more.
No, again, we would have to refer to legal, but it would exceed the 10% allowed for change orders, but, you know, with your direction and approval, it can be approved, again, with legal's approval.
And I'll just add to, just for a little bit more context, it was noted in the agenda language, we're seeking feedback, very similar to how we brought a solution forward for communications. We would need time and direction to go back and then come back once I know that there's a discussion about some time sensitivity on one of the issues, but more broadly, we would need to then potentially show like an amendment to our bond implementation plan, what's substituted or what isn't substituted. So that's really the direction. We just don't want to go through the machinations of that unless, you know, a majority of the board felt strongly this is a solution that that we should take a look at. And while I'm speaking, one of the steps that I took, it was Santa Barbara Unified School District. You know, I'm very fortunate to have a good working relationship with their superintendent. Amazing person. She was kind enough to set us up with a meeting with their operations and sustainability coordinator. So we got a chance to kind of look under the hood to see how it's there too. That would also be part of that process, is continuing to engage with SBUSD about what the implementation looked like, what some of the pros and cons are, what they would have done differently if they could do it again. And then that would be all part of that, and then we would come back to the board, again, minus the time-sensitive issue, which we can talk about as well.
Yeah, I think I just need to add, like, we're looking for direction, and like we know this is a hefty price tag, and this wasn't in the original implementation plan. Not to say that it doesn't fall into the resolution of the usage of the bond funds, but you know, we went through with the solar. We're already going to see quite a bit of a savings every year for that. This was at the request of the board to come back and bring some options, and it is on the pricey side. So we're looking like, if we do this project, what other projects are going to give away? And
that's my major concern.
We are.
13 to 22 million dollars of bond.
And to really weigh out
money
how
being-
often are we really having power outage events? I mean, yeah, they happen every year, but it's not happening for a week or 2 weeks consistently. What day, a couple days here and there? Are we able to sustain it without this? That's the benefit. Like, we have to do the analysis. Is it worth it to spend $13 million on an event that happens a couple times a year, maybe?
Well, I mean, full transparency, I have battery backup at my house, and I love it. I get the email from Southern California, oh, we're going to be shutting down your electric. I'm like, go for it, you know? But, yeah, but I have some big concerns about the fact that this would not be, it would be this huge price tag for only a few of our properties. We're also in the process of talking about potential school consolidations. So, that adds a whole nother layer of, which schools we're going to be making investments in. And for me, I'm just really concerned about the hefty price tag and not being able to cover.
I don't think this is the time to start talking about something like this.
And I think that's perfect. I think that's like, if the board decides, the consensus is.
Well, we still need to hear from the other board members.
Yeah.
So I disagree, and there's a reason, because but I also am curious if you have any examples of cities that have collaborated, because one of the things that Santa Barbara did in their microgrids was create a resource for the community. It's not just to keep their schools open when there's an outage. They are a resource to the fire, PD, for everybody to be able to come there and use their, their secure energy in these traumatic events. And I know you don't live in our community right now, but, we have had weeks of outages when we have big fire events, right? So it's not just that we have a day or two where we get turned off because there's something going on in Camarillo. During the Thomas fire, we didn't have power at some of our schools for weeks, and we lost hundreds of thousands of dollars of produce that were sitting in our refrigerators because we couldn't keep them on, right? So, which luckily insurance covered. But my point is that, I mean, you know, those things happen. Hopefully they don't happen often, but I mean, I do think that there's a value in at least looking at what it would cost.
I think it's kind of late in the game, to be honest, because we already have everything mapped out in our bond. And we're going to say, sorry, school X and Y, you're not going to get your field, you're not going to get your play structure because we're going to give that money to a possibility or, to a different school. So that's kind of hard to kind of justify, especially when you're talking about when we're moving from east to west, to our Title I schools that need those certain things, right? They're not going to possibly get them. So I don't know. I just think it's a little bit late in the game.
I love the idea of working with the city to come up with some kind of, joint use agreement or something. But I mean, we can't even get a joint use agreement on playgrounds. So I don't know that this is really going to happen.
Yet. We'll see. Yeah.
So I think we have to bring it back at another time. That's 3 to.
Okay. What I will offer, and thank you, sorry, yeah, Dr. Dandenberg, yeah.
Yeah, before we move forward, I'd be very concerned about what we have to give up, because we didn't have enough money in the bond to do everything that we wanted to do to begin with. So to redirect this amount of money, I think would be a mistake at this point in time.
Well, again, appreciate the direction. What we will do, and this is good for us to know how to balance our time. Either way, we still need to continue to work with the SCE to determine how they're using their circuits and what that reinforcement process is. Just as also was mentioned by Trustee Fredericks, we are looking at that school consolidation prioritization. So even if we potentially miss the opportunity, with Ventura High School for timing, that doesn't mean down the road this isn't something that we could revisit along with those other things, because SCE, I know a couple of you are very involved in that. They are making they're in the process of making some big changes. When those actually take hold, we don't know. But maybe those prioritization of how they're powering circuits and what the shutdown processes look like will influence whether or not we do this for one school or a couple of schools. So that is on the horizon, but thank you for the direction for now. That's really helpful.
Before we move forward, we did have 3 public comments, and I do need to call the names just in case they stepped out, and they're here again. But Cora Peterson, Brian Peterson, and Bob Cole. And they are not here, so.
Any other questions? Okay.
Thank you.
All right, next we have the consent calendar. Most of these items are routine in nature, but if anything needs to be pulled, please let us know. Nothing? Okay, I entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Danenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Can I ask a question? And Ryan, since you're still here, sorry, I probably should have pulled this item, but it's not an issue. I was curious about the EV charging that we're putting in, which is a requirement of some of these solar. My question is, and you can get this information to us later, but do we have a contract with someone that will then manage that EV charger for public use? Where we will have them open to the public?
Yeah, that'll be a discussion with programming. So the thought is that staff will be free and then outside use will be charged. But
and board members will be free too?
And board members will be free too. That's the initial
We'll
thought.
have
yeah.
Anthony take a look
Not
at
if it's over $50, it's not.
But that's the initial thought. It will be within a gated area, so public use will be limited. Yeah, because it'll be in the softball fields, because it has to be underneath the solar canopy.
And that's the only one.
No,
Ventura High School?
I think you're referring to the Jasmine bus yard
Oh,
out there in the Atlas.
Jason could probably
Yeah.
speak on that. That's not my project. I think that's set up for bus
Those
charging
are for buses.
only.
So for the electric
So like,
buses,
because
yeah.
Calvin and I got a chance to see the ones at Crooked Palm, which are obviously in the transportation parking area. So the Jasmine one will be the same way. It'll just be for buses. It'll just be behind like a fence.
Correct.
The only one that would be in a potentially public-facing space is the Ventura High School one.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah. But the thought again is visitors will have to pay whatever the rate is, and then board and staff can be free. Thank you.
Board reports.
Yes, for the record, I don't have an electric vehicle, so I don't need it.
Shannon?
So Calvin and I had a property committee meeting with DCS.
DCG.
Okay, whatever, DCG, thank you. To prepare for this and talk a little bit about the RFP process, where we are getting back to some of the folks who have submitted for that, and then bringing information to the whole board probably very soon to talk about those RFPs.
Okay. And as we mentioned, we went to go visit the transportation. What is it called? The transportation center or Cricket Palms?
Cricket Palm,
That's a weird name to say. Cricket Palms. But it was interesting. We had never been there, so I do encourage the board to maybe schedule a trip out there, because there's a lot of information that we don't normally get, and to see how immaculate their machine yard and garages is pretty impressive. I was really impressed. But I think every board member should go out there and visit. Coming events.
Well, since we don't have a visual, I'll just go ahead and read them in case we don't get it back. We have the all-staff event on the 12th, first day of school, obviously, the 13th, back-to-school nights, taking on for over a month, PAC on September 5th, AAPC on the 10th, DLAC on the 18th, and CDAC on the 26th. It's always an exciting time of year, a lot of energy. Looking forward to kicking off another school year. And thanks for putting up the visual.
Okay. Future board items.
I'll just note for the board, you'll see that the first three we'll be bringing back on the 26th. FICMAT, we just needed a little bit more time because as it was summer, we needed departments to be in. But I do want to give credit to Neil. Immediately after receiving the board feedback, he created basically a spreadsheet for everybody to start filling in on. So we got to work on that right away. But now that we're all back, we'll be able to get an update to you soon.
So can we just formalize the dashboard results by putting it on here?
Greg, have we had confirmation as to when the dashboard results will be released yet?
I haven't seen.
Oh, yes, absolutely, yes.
Any other board comments, superintendent comments?
No, thank you.
Is there any need to go back to closed session?
No, there's not.
All right, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe.
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, Vase.